Holtz one,
Here.
Christopher Eagleberg,
Here.
Todd Bearshow, Bobby Wright,
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife,
Oh.
Scott Hollowhorn Bear, here, Royal Yellowhawk, Robert Redlingley,
Oh.
Charles DeBray, Bill Marshall, Wayne Fredericks, Emily Boyd Valandra, Alvin Bearhills,
Here.
Sherry Wright Plank, Connie Wilcox, here, Lila Kilsensight, Michael Bolts, William Kendall,
Here.
Ben Blackford III, Marion Little Thunder.
11 present, we have a quorum. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:09. Yep. Good purpose. Good purpose. Her lights on? Oh, man.
Well, omnicha jaya happy hekta we talk hatche wazila na chate was your hekta ele wogla with chasha wogla we are now. It hatcha we are summit in secretary na to cashle omni in a copy hekta taco was there chetka which hot hatchi now. I had to cut a week show which uplo. Now let up to Oyateki na taku na huna kokti na oyateki taku wochokachi wazila na wichokachi hogna woyikta wichapi ka hektakia oyateki hegogna waki papi okixia piktaka omani akaga wanagiyata hektakia na hektakia oyate ushikapolo na nachte wichosmi na tiwani chapi lochipi na okixia piktalo mitaki omazaniktalo Mitakuye, oyasi.
Oh. Le chamo velo oh piloya pilo
Thank you. Okay, we have requests to be late. Lila, Ben, Charles, Mike Bolts, and Sherry. The request to be excused today is Marion, Todd, Bill, and I don't know about Wayne. I think he's still recovering from his knee surgery. Did you call him? Wayne, he didn't take. Okay, we'll put him on the request to be excused. We got Cowboy, Emily, and then.
Madam Vice Chair, I'd like to be excused at 2 today.
Okay.
I'll need to leave
Actually,
at 5 if we go after that.
okay, thank you. Sam.
It was excused at 2:30 today.
Do you have anything?
Yes. I got approached by people a couple of weeks ago, but having you guys talk every 3 minutes and nobody else jumps in it because we're counting out the border. 8 people came and talked to me. I'm not gonna tell you who they are, but they came and talked to me and told me about it. So I'm gonna start bringing that up. You only got 3 minutes to talk. And you can't jump in. If you want to talk, you gotta have your hand raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. The council can kind of keep track of that and respect it for Ben. Totes.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to be excused at 5 if we're still going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve the excuses. Motion by Michelle, seconded by Tammy, question by Tobes. All in favor?
Ten,
Opposed?
one,
Not voting.
0.
10-1-0, motion carried. Also, if you recall, we did an extra day today so we could get through the agenda. You just want to start from the top and go down. Any other additions? I know Todd Bearshield wanted to have an addition tomorrow from 11 to 2 for Tribal Utilities Commission for Jonathan Canis to come from OSPA, to give a report. So I'd like to add that to, is it okay if we add that to the agenda?
He said Thursday.
He just called Alex. Okay, so we'll put it down. Emily, Totes, Michelle, and Tammy.
I was just wondering if you'd be able to give an update on any actions around regarding Sunrise. I know at our last meeting, we took some action and asked for some things to start happening, so I was wondering if we could get an update.
Okay,
Thank you. If we could add that to the agenda also.
Totes.
Same thing. Mine was Sunrise Apartments and the dogs. We're getting a lot of people who are being bit, so we need to address that today also.
I know yesterday I talked with Shorty Coleman, he's gonna go and see who all needs water up there and have water delivered. Because of the water breaks up at Sunrise, so. He is out of the office today, so I'll get a hold of him and see if he was able to deliver anything.
Also from the AG, because we made
Okay.
motions for them to do some assessments. and start.
Okay.
And then Michelle made, our Councilwoman Hollowhorn there made, was it a motion about having Geraldine Church come down and do a presentation with us to start the process of informing the difference between, contacting the hospital and what our status would be there if we did do that. We really need to address that motion that was made quite a while ago, because we need to move on that one.
Right. I know she said she'd be willing to come down. Okay. What contact was made with her? Michelle?
Good morning. I did contact her and she's more than willing to come and do that. We just need to have somebody coordinate it.
Okay.
I don't know who. I don't know. Probably not me. But I don't know who's going to do it. And then also just wanted to see if we can get an update on the director positions. Looks like we got 3 of them open and the fair and committees.
That under your report? Not the directors, but the fair committees at the end. I think we have committee selections too, don't we? Some.
And can we make sure that these applicants are vetted? There's always motions to HR to do it and it's never been done. So just asking again that it be.
Which director positions?
We have Veteran Affairs is open enrollment and I'm not sure what the process is on SWA, but that one's has to come to council as well.
Okay, Emily, did you guys make a recommendation to council?
I was not at the last meeting, so I'll have to check with them. But usually the board meets and, makes a recommendation to council, and I don't think that's happened yet, but I can ask.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And Tammy?
Good morning. I need to bring out an emergency resolution for,
We have to our agenda.
okay, so one of the other things, I know that, but I just want to put it on here. Okay, so the other thing is, in regards to,
We added resolutions and put treaty on there.
oh, okay.
So if we have any other resolutions that need emergency legislation, we'll just put them under that resolution.
But I wanted to make a comment. The vetting process, I don't know if they know exactly what that entitles, simply because I noticed that they go by the point system. So vetting is a totally different option for that. But in regards to SWA, they did meet. And from my understanding, they made a motion to re-advertise for 30 days. However, they are under the opinion that they get to select the CEO, which is according to the charter, the council does that. So just wanted to bring that up, but we should maybe go forward with the SWBs. But anyway, I just wanted to add that.
Veterans was re-advertised for 30 days.
No, the SWA was.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, it was re-advertised for another 30 days. I guess they had two applicants. I don't know what the issues were with the two applicants, but they are under the impression that they get to select the director, but according to the charter, the council selects the director.
Yeah, because I think I was on council when Cheryl selected me.
Yeah.
Sherry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, council. We had a strategy meeting with SWA. When do I report about that? Under SWA on the agenda?
Yeah, we can do them.
Okay, thank you.
Try to get to everybody's reports.
It's gonna be a lot.
You just guys just want to go down the agenda, or? I know last time we didn't get to the secretary's report. You have a lot in there? Not really. Okay. And then was VA contacted or IHS? Tomorrow.
We figured it, we
Wednesday.
thought today was kind of the catch-up on everything, because she saw her reports to me first. So when VIA called, we just told them tomorrow.
Any other agenda items? Public.
Madam Chair, as we move down the list, once we get closer to transportation, can you get a hold of the transportation program and have them come here? We have to amend a resolution I brought up last month. Add some stuff, they'll kind of explain. They said they were going to be here, but just in case, just give my heads up.
Okay. Michelle and then.
I didn't make the judiciary meeting on Friday. I had to attend the funeral of my aunt, but I did get a text that there was a couple of resolutions. So can we make sure that they're in there? There's like 3 resolutions that need to be brought up, so.
For judiciary.
Yeah, if you can make sure they're in there, then I can bring it forward during that time.
Are they emergency? Yeah, they should be.
Yeah, they're emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Ben, you gonna pass out our papers?
Ben.
Ben?
What?
Totes. Oh, I got Tabby and then Totes, I'm sorry.
I forgot what I was gonna say. I should have. We'll pass.
Ben, Totes, did you have something?
Go first.
Awesome.
You know, a while back, the tribal president declared a state of an emergency. We have nothing, no plans or anything, and we had another homicide on Kamloops community. So we really need to move on our banishment and just have some planning meetings with law enforcement and other ones to move on this quickly. Thank you.
Where are we on that banishment? Did we just have a public hearing? On banishment?
I don't.
Sherry?
Madam Chair, I wonder if we should start with, Bureau of Indian Affairs,
We're gonna do them tomorrow.
okay,
And
IHS, and all
IHS.
of them, Attorney General, if we could just get to the Secretary's report and then, go straight to our committee.
Okay.
That's my recommendation. And with that, if there's no other additions, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. Motion by Sherry, second by Totes. Any discussion? Call for the question. Michelle? All in favor?
Wow,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Secretary, you're up.
Pass them out.
Yeah.
Right.
Morning, Michael.
He's still in. It's still gonna go. It's still gonna go. We just need to- 3 hours. Yep. Yep.
Sergeant in there.
Sorry. Yeah.
Colors. 28 winners. Morning, Ben. Morning, Ben.
Yep, and Ben just walked.
What's up? 3 minutes.
I really told him that before you showed
You ready with Mike?
We just spent most of the morning talking about doing this, so we just keep that, and now going to, secretary's report and then starting the budget, so we just started.
You want?
Follow the rabbit.
Okay, council, did you get your list? At the top, it looks like we have a lot of resolutions that need to be ratified. You get a list, Mike? You get a list?
Yeah, yeah.
So those are in your gray deals in the front are the ones that need to be ratified. And all the ones that are listed under committees, you can deal with when you get to your agenda, the appropriate where it says budget and finance. Those are just an FYI of what's in these deals, these little trade books. So what she needs approved is the ratified and the minutes, and then we'll take a look at the committees. Which one was that? I think it's the doctor. Yeah, there's somebody on. It's in. Right.
I'll let you know. There we go.
Okay.
Remember you said my last name? He's not here. Think he's running late?
Yeah, he's really late.
All right.
We don't, I know what you.
Emily,
While we're waiting, I just wanted to know if I could address council a little bit on our petition resolutions. I know at Governmental Affairs Committee, we've asked our Legislative Affairs Office to work on some guidelines regarding protocols regarding our petition resolution, so that should be forthcoming. But in the meantime, I'm just wondering if we could kind of go back to our agreement where unless they were true emergent or time-sensitive matters before doing that. Right now, there's a lot of health administration petition resolutions that are getting pushed forward by both our health admin director and our president's office. And at our last two recent meetings, it's become a little bit problematic by allowing to do that. For example, the most recent petition resolution that was being circulated for signatures happened in between a meeting. We had just had a meeting less than 2 weeks ago, and our next meeting was going to be the next day. And so that next day when we had our meeting, I asked what was the emergency about why we needed to get that done. And the president stated that it was because they needed to open doors in 5 days, which was not true. The administrator sitting here said that was not true. That was impossible. They don't even have access to that building. And so something where we are going to be compacting something from IHS, which went against the vote that we had from our people, we would hope to be able to at least have a conversation at committee level so that our representation can take that back to our committee. So I just wanted to make sure that that's what actually passed by signing that. And another thing is when we tried to address some of these petition resolutions still on committee because they hadn't had enough signatures while we were meeting, they asked staff to circulate those signatures before and get enough signatures just to undermine the committee. And then we were told by the secretary's office that there's no point in us discussing them at committee level because they're going to be circulated by petition resolution, and petition resolutions trump a committee motion is what we were told. And so I just think that's very problematic. It's ongoing. When we get to those committee levels, I'll probably expand on that. But since we're right here, I just wanted to say that I don't think it's fair that we get to live in chaos and let our people live in chaos just by bypassing a structure that is here to prevent that. Thank you.
I agree. Tammy?
Maybe we need to make a motion from this day forward that these petition resolutions are a little bit formatted differently, where each council rep can check yes or no and then sign it the day that they check yes or no. But it has to be signed by all 20 council representatives. And maybe that will kind of deter, because I know a lot of these petition resolutions that go around, they only call a certain few that they know will sign and then bring it forth. But I'll make that.
You can make that motion since there's no guidelines for it.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
The petition resolutions be signed by,
All 20 council reps with the option to check yes or no.
Okay, good discussion then.
okay, hold on a second. Rex, have to check yes or no?
Yes. They can put a little box in there that says yes or no.
Seconded by Michelle. Discussion.
Yeah, I'll question after. I just, so you, Madam President, Madam Vice, so you agree that, it's wrong that, petitions out trump, committees?
No, that whenever they go through, if they have to go through, like Emily said, if they're in between meetings.
Yeah.
They should have time to have a meeting discussion on the resolutions before when they're referred to council.
I support this motion. I just want to remind us what happened a couple of months ago when we were making a big deal about bonuses. That's all. I call for the question. Oh, no.
Folks, Mike and Ben.
That is a good motion, because a lot of people, when they put these petition resolutions, they're supposed to have the attachments to it. And we don't even know why we're signing them. So almost everyone, so it does, because we have some people getting away with things. So it's very important, because our motions and everything hasn't been followed. So we do need to start making people be accountable. That's all. We want accountability just like the people do. So the attachments really need to start being with these resolutions, and when there's money involved, it should be here at this body discussing it rather than signing it. Thank you.
Also, if it's like for a grant
Yeah.
or to accept funding. Okay, Totes, Mike,
It does seem like, well, no, hell, it doesn't. That's the wrong choice of words. There have been way too many petition resolutions in the last few months. I've never seen such numbers. Then insofar as the motion on the floor, if I don't agree with a petition resolution, I either write no or I don't sign it. That's our option. That's always been the understanding in my mind, so, it's the same as voting here, maybe some of us don't write no on there, if we don't want to sign it, just put no on there, I've done that. So, I don't know that this motion is really necessary. Of course, it could serve as a reminder, but yeah, government by petition resolution, that's not right.
in the past, there have been motions made that we don't have petition resolutions, so.
Yeah, they did.
It's not being enforced.
Yep. So this time, all 20 reps have to be contacted. All 20 reps will say yes or no and sign or whatever, but at least we know, who, not just a certain few that will make it possible. I think Chris, question? The motion?
Emily had her hand raised.
I have Ben, Emily, and Royal, and did you have your hand up? No, that was Ben. Ben, Emily, and Royal.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, council. Sorry I was late. Had some appointments this morning, but so I guess going back to these resolutions, petition resolutions, I believe, since we got on council 3 years ago, I think it was brought up, and I think it was brought up by one of the council reps saying that it was almost criminal to do these petition resolutions. So we made some motions at that time on the process of how these petition resolutions should be brought forward. And then a new administration came in and it was the same thing there too. So we reiterated those motions like 2 years ago about how these should go about. And that's what I was doing in signing the resolution, is that it goes through the process first to say that it's legitimate and that it was only supposed to be for emergency type issues. So I still haven't gotten no clarification on it, and we can make all the motions in the world here on this council, but if it ever doesn't get enforced, how are we going to abide by it? So those are just some of my concerns about how these petition resolutions are going forward. And again, too, I do have concerns about some of the things that are going forward that are not being brought up by committees. And these committees are meeting now, and a lot of people are, finally getting the relief they need to come to these committees to hash it out in a sense. So those are just my concerns about these petition resolutions that are coming through that we don't even know what's in them, but yet we're signing them, and then something happens and we say, I didn't know that. And then they come back to us and say, well, you signed it. So again, we do really have to look at what we're doing to make sure that we agree with it. And if we don't agree with it, then just say no. But I'm just concerned that it was brought up several times in the past 2 years that it should only be for emergency purposes. But, that if that process is not being followed, who do we hold accountable for that? That's just my take on it. Because, I said, I don't know how many motions we made. If we had the secretary's research, and I'm sure there's probably like maybe 5 motions that were pertaining to petition resolutions. And I don't think they've ever been abided by. I don't think they ever enforced. So, again, I support the motion too, but how's it going to be enforced? So I think the administration needs to take a good look at it to make sure that these things are being followed. So again, I guess we'll see what it looks like this next couple of months here too. But thank you.
Emily.
I just wanted to add something because what Mike said is true. Like, in theory, we should all be able to look at that and be given the option, but that's not what's going on, which I think is why Tammy's making the motion, is because if we were all given that ability to see that, I think that would be fine, but we're not. What we're finding is, and this is one of those things that I learned about the politics of it, is they will, for example, go to the people that they only know that will support it, and once they get enough signatures, and then nobody else gets to see it. I've seen that very, very often, actually. And another thing is, I made motion and asked about this motion to be followed up on, and have yet to receive the legal opinion on what happens when we get to council level and we do not ratify a resolution that did have enough signatures, but now is not ratified. What is the legal recourse or way forward when audit wise or something like that, that technically was not ratified, so that should not have been carried out in action. But we have spent, thousands of dollars on some of these petition resolutions that do not, in case, get ratified. And then also, I just wanted to reiterate, if anybody else has any input on what you would like to see on a more structured protocol or guideline for this, please send an email because Governmental Affairs Committee and Legislative Affairs are actively working on trying to get that going. So thank you.
Right.
Yeah. So there was in the benches comfortable. I wanna look at legislative process. No, I agree with Mike Duckahiki, a government. First, I want to get this through before my 3 minutes, but there's something that I don't agree with in this resolution 2025-252. But that's another issue. But I want to stay on when we look at petition resolution, when they send it back here, the president has to agree to that a petition resolution. And then it goes, maybe Eric or whoever drafts it up and not Papaniti. But also, we got to look at the legislative process of emergency legislation. There's a process there. When it's emergency legislation, you have 30 days to take it back to your community, talk about it, and then bring it back. There's a process there when it goes to legislative processes, not just petition resolutions, but also emergency legislation. I don't know who can expand on that more, but a government that goes through petition resolution and emergency legislation, and now watch this. I agree with Mike saying the legislative process, they're supposed to go back to the communities. Part of this, real briefly, this 2025-252, I was here when that process, when we look at groundwater and we look at river water, and then we look at how that they pump river water here when we already have wells. So if you look at the cancer and IHS, the data, cancer here, wakaliayapi. These are all treaty issues. Treaty kataha. Ano wagla koktakha. Sahe waka kintlo, ployaklo.
Michelle.
I just want to see if we can get a list from the secretary, just showing how many petition resolutions were done in the last year. Do I need to make a motion for that after her motion, or can
Yeah,
I just have it done?
We already have it.
Is it updated?
Yep.
Okay, can we get that as well? Thank you.
Any further discussion? Call for the question. Mike? All in favor?
$15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
0. How do you want to proceed? Or go down, just ratify each one of them individually?
Did we hand out all the folders?
I didn't get mine.
I didn't get my folder.
Ben? Ben, Emily, Tammy, didn't get their folders. Ben, did you get yours?
Yep.
Charlie? Folks, did you get yours?
I got mine.
Emily and Tammy need their folders.
And Charles.
And Charles. I thought you had one there. Well, that's Wayne.
That's Wayne's.
Oh.
Wayne's. Charles.
I think Charles is right there, yeah.
Anyway.
Your name.
Oh, that's probably mine.
What? Somebody knows. Wait.
I got it, yeah.
And me, I'd like to make a comment, the emergency legislation process was established, set up, years ago, and it works just fine. Because there were times when, emergency legislation, last minute funding, that sort of last minute opportunities was, out there. But, we developed a system for it. You know, I think, I'm gonna say that I think one of the problems here is that we do not follow our regular agenda. You know, if we followed our regular agenda, went through committee by committee by committee, these resolutions, you know, would be taken care of, you know, in a timely fashion. That, I mean, it's something to think about, you know. We really don't follow our agenda, and I think if we did, we put some order to what we do here, we could get to these resolutions and you know, and not, I think that has something to do with where we are now with this emergency legislation thing.
Everybody get their folders?
Jag forgot to you att jag var ställda för kyla. No le taku iwaglakaki le yukta makahinaha. Vija utitaka wachila. Petition resolution yahankila. I don't believe in that. And when they bring me a petition resolution, and unfortunately in one of these, my signature's on what, but normally I don't sign that. Because when you do that, that gives committees excuses not to get together. Makes it easier for the committees not to meet. And when they were talking about bonuses a couple months ago, a few months back, I thought I put up a hell of an argument regarding the moral issue of issuing ourselves bonuses. But without my knowledge, or I guess it don't matter, but without me knowing about it, there was a petition resolution that was concocted after I made my argument, and it was passed, and some, you know, that bonuses were issued. But I, for one, didn't get my bonus. I didn't believe in that. So even though that we should do something about the committees on the agenda, we also need to start looking at ourselves as members of the committee and start meeting so that, you know, it makes you wonder how many of these resolutions that we're dealing with today, how many are actually emergencies? Because I kind of figured that a lot of these programs know a way to go around that obstacle, and they're declaring emergency, so we could pay attention to it. But I really think that we need to, I guess that emergency was concocted several years ago for, you know, temporary delays and stuff, but right now it seems like we're taking advantage of it, and with a lot of emergency legislation that we're dealing with in regard to petition resolutions. So I just wanted to say my piece, that that's what happened to me, that I objected to something and it was forego there. I just do it.
Thank you, Bob. Emily?
I had a question on one of the ones that are up for ratification today. Can I ask that, or do I have to wait till we get to it?
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and go.
So on
Just go down.
on the second one, the 2025-324, it was presented as like, we have to get this signed or we're gonna lose funding. And so that's why I signed it. It was at a council meeting. They kind of brought it in and said, here, we have this grant. We're gonna lose it if we don't sign it. So I signed it real fast, thinking it was just for a grant. But after reading it, we waived our sovereign immunity, and we also agreed to have the District of Columbia be our court of choice. And those are things that we don't usually do. And so I think it's problematic that it gets presented to council as, oh, don't worry, this is just accepting some funds about a grant, when we waived our sovereign immunity. And so I would like to make a motion to rescind this one until we can figure out if that's appropriate, and if Eric, because we had conversations at committee about waiving the sovereign immunity, and Eric said he often just goes through with what was presented to him, unless council says this is.
Ask for clarification.
Yes, and so since we didn't have the opportunity to do that in this one, I would like that opportunity for Eric to review our sovereign immunity clause in resolution 2025-324. I don't know, but I signed it and I signed it because I was told that it was only accepting grant funds. I didn't read all of them. I just started reading them real fast to try to go through so we could see this. And I got to the second one and found a waiver of sovereign immunity. So I just wanted to check. I mean, if everybody else is okay with that, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we were all aware of that's what we signed off on.
Okay. Have Sherry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman Boyd-Delandra, maybe we should just start going through them so we can decide if we want to ratify or rescind.
Yeah, let's start from the top.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have resolution number 2025-252.
Is it Land and Natural? I can bring it on if I need.
Rural water systems is the one in that.
I think this went through Land and
That's
Natural.
out of order, Judge, with every hand raised.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, it would be out of line and natural. Committee.
Did you want me to bring that? He's not here, so
Okay. You move to ratify it?
Yeah, I'll move to ratify.
Motion by Emily to ratify 2025-252.
I just want to also pause and ask, Royal, is this the one that you had a question on for the?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So after we get a second, maybe we could let him
Okay.
ask his
I'll
question.
second.
Seconded by Mike.
Oh, sorry, geez.
Discussion.
Waiting for discussion. Do you want me to read it in first or do you want to discuss first?
Good reading.
Okay. The RST Rural Water Systems Department is responsible for operating and maintaining water distribution and treatment systems throughout the Rosebud Reservation and also procuring extraordinary projects from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Whereas BOR has secured funds to build a new booster pump station near the Big White River, which will upgrade our surface water system delivery capabilities. And whereas advertisement 2025-22 resulted in 3 qualified bids named there. Whereas the lowest qualified bid was RCS Construction Inc. in the amount of $3.9 million. Whereas the lowest qualified bid was reviewed by RST Techro, RST Treasurer's Office, RST Property and Supply, BOR, and DGR Engineering. The RST Natural Resources Committee recommends the lowest qualified bid from RCS Construction Inc. in the amount of $3,999,000 to the RST Council for approval, and now therefore be it resolved as the the Tribal Council approved the committee's recommendation and directs the RST Rural Water Systems Department to proceed and award the Big White River Booster Station project to RCS Construction in that amount listed.
Discussion. Right.
Just real briefly, I want to talk about, look at the Black Hills. Now, it comes down into Cheyenne River. Now, minerals, they get into the water. Now, Cheyenne River, here now, it gets to Oahe Dam. Now, they pump that water up to down to Rosebud. Now, we're gonna get all those minerals they deposit on our tribal members. We're gonna pick that is ajutka. P is a liver and ajutka is a kidney. So, when that buildup of those minerals in the body there's data that the water and the cancerous taku it gets in the bodies. Now, we look at the data in IHS. How many people have cancer now today? I look at we should ask tribal members if you want your because aquifer the wells. They only use it now to irrigate fields or feed cattle. Then our people drink the river water. So I thought we should ask our tribal members. You want well water or you want river water? Also, I'll make those comments.
Thank you. Emily.
I just wanted
And
to
Tammy.
respond a little bit, and I appreciate and thank Royal for bringing that up. I wanted long time ago, like not long time ago, but maybe in 2009-ish, when I first started working for the land office in the tribe, this discussion was really big about mini Wachoni because mini Wachoni had finally come to fruition, but it took decades to do. So the people that originally started fighting for us to get mini Wachoni were no longer in these seats of leadership. And so to learn about why we even asked for it, we did a lot of kind of research and looking at the history of it. And so I just wanted to give council that history of briefly about Mini Wachoni was an act of Congress and it was funded, but it took a long time. And at the very start of it, the reason why our people needed it is because we understood that we had water. We had water in the rivers and the streams, but we had water below us. What we didn't have is a system to distribute it to our homes. So we partnered up with, Pine Ridge and some other people, entities in getting us that water and getting us the pipelines to distribute the water. Over the time of this creation of this whole act, the river water came up because we wanted to assert our, and this is just my understanding, so I'm sorry if I'm wrong. We wanted to assert our treaty rights that we had at the river, and so that's why we wanted to include the river water access in getting these. At the time, really early in it, the discussion was, well, we can use that water for maybe our pasture taps, or maybe our gardens, or maybe something out in, for animals or something like that, and not necessarily our drinking water, but we just wanted to maintain that we had a right to it because that was our right from the treaties. However, over time and all of the things about water codes and, do we have to quantify and all that kind of stuff, that's real. And we really need to have those conversations. We do have some authority there, but I just wanted to point it out that that's been a conversation from our people since the beginning of this. And so by the time it got enacted and the pipelines got funded and everything, then came decisions of what water is going to go in this. And that's where they had to decide the amount of water that we needed could not be met by just one source. So I want to put that out there. There's some other things that are a little bit problematic within the language of the Mini Wachoni Act, but I prefer not to say all of that on air. I think that's more of an internal discussion. But I'm just saying that for thank you, sir. Just real briefly, I just wanted to put that out so we could take it back to our people, because the sooner we could have these conversations about water and understanding what our people want, the better decisions that we can make at this level. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I just wanted to say that maybe we need to go around and collect samples from all of our communities, random homes, because I remember Mom bringing this issue about the water and the cancer causes to council and to committees. However, it never did go anywhere. But there is a lot of cancer patients on this reservation, and I think maybe after any of it's done, we might be able to make that more fun for our water to be tested all over. An individual test separate from
Collection.
Yeah.
Okay, I've told and Mike.
What Tammy just said, with those samples, this was brought up several times on this floor. And they always say, we are testing it. No, they need to do further testing on our water, because right now, when our people are finding out they have cancer at stage 4, that's not good. So we need to do all that we can do to protect our people and our generations to come. And if that means spending money to test the water, we need to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, Mini Wachoni, my memory serves me right, and old timer up there sitting behind the sergeant at arms can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm the young timer.
Mini Wachoni wasn't about getting water, originally it wasn't about getting water to the reservation, it was about getting water to the rural areas in South Dakota. And when Congress passed that act, and it was inevitable that it was going to happen, because it involved water to the Missouri River, and because of everything indicated, our treaty rights, that sort of thing, we needed to somehow stake our claims in water rights to the water in the Missouri River, and one way to do that was to get right to the chase. One way to do that was to go ahead and let them bring in a water line from the Missouri River you know, and, whether or not we wanted to use it or not, that was our decision. Prior to Mini-Wachoni, we were getting our drinking water from the Ogallala Aquifer. Now, at the time, the Ogallala Aquifer was in the news constantly because of it being depleted, level was dropping, blah, blah, blah. You know, there was a lot of hysteria over that. And of course, you know, that hasn't happened yet, but the Ogallala Aquifer is there's still controversy over, you know, overusing it, you know, and eventually depleting it, that sort of thing. So we opted to drink Mini-Wachoni water, you know, and I could be wrong, but it's a simple matter of just shutting off a big gate valve someplace and going back to getting our water from Ogallala Aquifer. I know it's not really simple, but you know, we made the switch. The infrastructure is here, you know, and whatnot, and I don't know what it takes, you know, to go back to using Ogallala Aquifer water.
Time's up.
You know, but get Syed down here and he can explain it to you. Wayne, you want to add anything to that or correct me? Am I?
It's my understanding, Mike, that the water that's down here, south of us down here, comes from the aquifer. That's what these well fields up here and over by Mission provide for us. It's up north here between us and Weber, there's a cutoff.
Right.
Those people use the river water, Lyman Jones, those people, and Pine Ridge. But us, our area down here, like Emily said, it's just they provide a distribution system, but we are using the aquifer for down here.
Yeah, that's more clarification, you know, so. Water that comes to this.
Order.
Mike. Yeah, I didn't need to sit down, but because I asked Wayne a question, I assumed I still had the floor. The water we drink in this building comes from Ogallala Aquifer, basically is what Wayne is saying. You know, it's the water over in Roberts area, you know, that Gwinnett County is where the problem is. And the infrastructure never was there for them to access Ogallala Aquifer water, you know, so that's kind of where it's at, you know. So I guess our concern is for, you know, our folks that, you know, have no choice but to get their water from Mini-Wachoni now. So the problem is, you know, development projects that take place that contaminate the Missouri River water and all that stuff, you know, that stuff continues. And that's why we're having this discussion right now. Because the potential for the Missouri River water to be contaminated, whatnot, you know, is, it's always out there because there's always somebody wanting to dig a hole someplace to find some minerals. Another issue that we need to be paying attention to is having to do with the source of power for these data centers for these for AI development. That's something that's a freight train coming down the road that we're not going to stop. I see where the governor of the state of South Dakota is seriously talking about. There's this new concept of the best and cheapest way to access or to generate electrical power is through nuclear energy. And there's this new, and of course, when you talk nuclear energy, everybody thinks these big, you know, these big nuclear plants that cover, you know, 40, 50 acres. You know, well, today there's a new idea out there, and it's called modular nuclear reactor. Basically, it's a compact nuclear reactor that operates on a fuel the size of a sugar cube, and it's the latest thing of interest in developing the power necessary to make these data centers that require a huge amount of electricity functioning. And it's being looked at, these little, modular nuclear reactor, things are, actually can be built up, they can be built off-site, brought to the site and put together, i.e., ergo the term modular.
Hands up.
You know, anyway, that's another thing
That's one of our committees can probably
do
discuss that. What
because,
committee would that go under for the data centers?
Hands up.
We need to educate ourselves.
Yeah.
basically, you know.
Yeah, we need to put that under one of our committees. What committee is that under right now for the data center? Is that economic development?
Yeah, economic development has discussed it a few times.
But let's go on with this
Okay,
resolution first, and we could talk about what committee that would follow on.
sounds good.
Okay. Any further discussion on resolution? Call for the question. We had a motion by Emily, seconded by Mike. To ratify resolution number 225-252. By Sherry. All in favor?
$13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
1302, motion carried. Okay, let's move on to 2025-324.
No, this is
No,
that one
this one was
that
that.
got distributed to council directly that day that we were at a meeting. Remember, we had just, it was weird because I was like, how come we didn't discuss it when we were in council? We were just in session. And then it got brought to us after we were out of session.
This is the one Emily talked about, the waiver.
Yes.
Sherry.
Madam Chair, no, I was just wondering who's gonna read it in. This, facility falls under game fish and parks.
Oh, so you're saying it should have went to Land and Natural?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
224, sorry.
Motion by Sherry. Who's game fishing parks? Charles?
Councilwoman Boyd.
Okay.
For Land and Natural?
Yeah.
Motion for ratification of 2025-324?
Second.
Is this the one you wanted to ratify?
This is one I didn't want to ratify. That's why I didn't feel comfortable bringing it on. So I don't think it should be ratified.
Do you wanna make
She was
amendments?
talking about rescinding
Hey,
it.
out of order.
Hold on. She was talking about rescinding it for further review.
Yes, this is the one that I wanted to rescind, but I wanted to have Eric review it because there was two whereases in here that talk about our waiver of sovereign immunity. And one of them specifically lists Washington DC as our area of jurisdiction and.
Move to rescind.
Okay, I'll move to rescind 2025-324.
And for in-house attorney review.
Yeah, rescind and table so we could have in-house attorney review. Specific to the language of sovereign immunity and the court of jurisdiction.
Seconded by Sherry. Any discussion? Nope.
Motion to table, no discussion.
Oh, or rescinding it. Okay. Call for the question. Question by Toltz. All in favor?
$14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
301, motion carried. I think he does, he did review this, all right? But then he don't look into those sovereign immunity issues unless council brings attention to it.
That's what he said at committee. He said, I just put in there what they requested for me to put in there. Council wants me to do something different and I need that directive.
Okay. Got Sherry and then Toltz.
Who would read in this next one for HIP? Because I have some questions for it. It comes under the president's office, so she'd have to designate a committee to bring it forth.
Yeah. and also the committee is under. Do they report to a committee?
They do not, they probably should though. We should assign them to a committee.
Or house board. Housing technically is underneath the ordinance of house board, which is weird.
Yeah, it is.
House board to bring it on?
Yeah.
Just set myself up. I see what she did there, Sharon. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna bring it
You took the bait, she said. That commercial, dangling that dollar there. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so I'm bringing this on for ratification. Is that correct? Motion to ratify?
Yes.
Okay. 2025-325. And I will start at Joe Power.
I need a second.
Oh, sorry. Okay. The VIA Housing Improvement Program, HIP, also known as Housing Program HP, seeks to enhance the quality of life of qualified individuals by addressing substandard housing and homelessness for members of federally recognized tribes, and is a home improvement and replacement grant program that serves the neediest of the needy. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has passed Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council Resolution Number 2024-283, approved the Office of the President, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, to administer the housing program formerly known as HIP, authorized by the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, implementing Regulations 25 CFR 900.2 for the following categories. Category A, interim housing assistance to address urgent housing needs. Category B, repairs and renovation of existing substandard housing. Category C, replacement housing for deteriorated units beyond repair. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has received a combination of multi-year HIP funds from the Bureau of Indian Affairs totaling $908,301.01 as follows: FY 2025 allocation that you can see there, and the FY 2022 allocation that you can see there. Whereas due to ongoing non-compliance and mismanagement by SWA in completing 8 Category B renovation projects, the tribe, through its president's office, has elected to resume full responsibility for contract number 823AP00579 to ensure timely project completion and avoid any further compliance issues with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe President's Office has opted to set the following funding caps for service delivery. Category B, repairs and renovation of existing substandard housing at $80,000 per eligible applicant, allowing the President's Office for all new funding to provide Category B assistance for eligible applicants. Category C, replacing housing for deteriorated units beyond repair, funding cap at $150,000, allowing for Category C assistance for 3 eligible applicants to receive a replacement home. And whereas in accordance with BIA requirements for HIP program implementation, the President's Office is providing the following list of eligible HIP applicants who will receive services through the RC President's Office IHIP program utilizing the BIA TAPRS priority ranking tool as required by federal agencies. So you all can see that table there. I will not name names. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Office of the President has proposed the attached scope of work, budget and budget justification, work plan, memorandum of understanding to support the implementation of Public Law 93-638 contract proposal for BIA, Housing Improvement Program, also known as the Housing Program. And now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and adopts the attached memorandum of understanding between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the RST President's Office to administer and manage the BIA Housing Improvement Program for the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, PL 93638 contract number, yet to be determined, for fiscal year 2022 reallocation of $260,532 and fiscal year 2025 allocation of $647,709.01 for available funding in the amount of $908,301.01. Administrative costs will be $128,301.01, and construction costs would be $780,000. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves Rosebud Sioux Tribe President's Office attached scope of work, budget, memorandum of understanding, and work plan.
I have to read it faster. Ben almost called 3 minutes.
And I also just want to ask, were all of those things attached when it originally went around?
I don't know.
They're not attached here.
They were, because I signed it.
On the email, I think they were attached. I seen it on the email. Sherry, discussion.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On the 7th, whereas, do we want to accuse of or blatantly state mismanagement regarding SWA for the reallocation purposes of these funds? I'd like to strike that word mismanagement from the resolution and just say non-compliance.
Amend.
And mismanagement, take those two words.
Yeah, to take out and mismanagement.
Which one is it? I'll go second.
Yeah, seventh whereas.
So on the, there was a resolution prior to this that established IHIP under the president's office, right?
Yes.
So I think that's where it goes, is under the president's office, but I don't know if this statement is in that same resolution.
I don't know either. I don't want to be putting those in our resolutions.
So change it to non-compliance?
Yeah, just keep amend it to non-compliance. And then just, so the council is good with continuing to keep the funding allocated from 2022 and 2025? Is there any funding allocations for 24?
Treasurer Boyd?
Why are a majority of the houses additionally? Oh, is there, HIP money for 2024 and 2023? You got a separate resolution? Because this is 2022 and 2025.
I'm not sure. The understanding is supposed to be 2022.
Order.
25.
Well, I guess, I don't, where is it showing the funding allocation for each year?
Back up.
Can we continue discussion?
Thank you. All right, start me over, Ben. I just wanted to make sure that we are approving the right years. And then the last question I have is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of 7 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of them are from Parmalee community. So I wonder what was going on there. Was it like a lack of applications in the other communities? Were they defined as the most need?
Do you want to see if Josh is available?
Yeah, that would be good.
Can you see if he's in his office? Josh or?
You're right, Sherry. We reminded you. We reminded you.
Well, remember in our report, we had some from Grass Mountain too, and that's not on here.
BIA 5 is Grass Mountain.
Oh, okay.
They haven't labeled us Rosebud on there.
Order, you didn't raise your hand.
So, I asked her a question.
You know, that was one thing I was gonna bring up, because mismanagement is pretty harsh. And if we're applying for grants or anything, why would anybody want to give us any money if we can't, if it's mismanagement? And then it says, in the fourth one, whereas grant programs that serves the neediest of the needy. You know, there are some that have put their application in and their ceilings have caved in, and they still qualify to have them go out and do a reassessment on their home and move them further up the list. Because we have one lady right now who's been living in her home, the ceiling caved in, and she's been waiting for a reassessment to be done, to be moved up. So I feel this needs to be under a committee also, not just under the president's office, but we need to keep track of things also and reporting in a timely manner, because we do get concerned, you know, and they are doing amazing work. I've seen some of their homes, but we just need to make sure that it's being followed up on. So it needs to go under a committee, and we can decide that later too. Thank you.
Tammy and Stan.
I think as well, this is just my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel about this. However, I think this program might actually need to be a standalone program and put under a committee, because right now the supervision of the staff in that office is LEAP. And I don't feel that that's LEAP's responsibility to supervise IHIP. That's just what I wanted to.
Yeah, we could probably take a look at that resolution establishing it in the beginning. So. have one of the bills pulled up for now. Resolution establishing a hit.
Was he available? Made a table?
Wayne went out.
Madam Chair? Thank you. So I was just adding up the amounts, and this doesn't include 23 and 24, so maybe there's a separate resolution for 23 and 24? And,
Is this the future funding for right now too?
it's not. This is only the 22 and 25 allocation.
Stan.
In our community, under this program, we have a home that's approved for home repairs. Last month's community meeting, they had to put a hold on this app because of proof of ownership of this home. And I feel that everything should have been in place. Now there's a delay again. There was a delay in getting the home site approved. There was no paperwork from the applicant that came, never brought a paperwork out. So I don't know, I just feel that everything should have been in order. Now tonight we're gonna have a meeting and that's gonna come up. And hopefully we can get it resolved because this home that this lady's living in, this house is really bad shape. That's all I want to say.
Josh will be here in 10 minutes.
A motion to table, 25-3-25.
Moved by Jerry, who seconded it? Tammy. Question? Cowboy. All in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Not voting.
1.
12 or 1. We'll come back to it when Josh comes.
Yeah. People opposed.
Give us the stickers.
Just table it till it gets here so we can carry on.
Okay, the next one we have is 2025-326. This is for the ambulance software. Chris,
Yeah, I just have a question. Regardless if we table them or rescind them, if it's a petition resolution and it got signed 1 month ago, as soon as they get 11 signatures, they're already moving. They're already going. And so how do we stop all the movement that already happened? It's my real question.
I've had motions to
So,
pass that.
so that's why I'm curious on why we're even stopping with these things and stuff.
Emily asked for a review on that a while back when we were ratifying resolutions, but I think with the one that was rescinded, we just want Eric to see if he can negotiate that.
Well, not only that, I mean, we stopped a few of them today. I'm just curious because they're already moving. They already got the signatures. They're already probably, gone through and fulfilled. So us stopping them, what does that mean? Like, all the work that was done on those houses, do they just get dismantled or?
Yeah, resolutions are rescinded that are passed. And totes.
Oh, so no answer? Okay.
Why is it? They're rescinded, but I don't know.
We'll move on. We'll move on.
You know, we're not stopping anything and we're not gonna prevent any of these homes from being done. We're just trying to find the balance here and putting them under a committee so that way he can report to make sure that things are being done. And they are, because we see the pictures he's sending, but, yeah, stand alone and put under a committee. And the progress can still go on.
Right.
The way I understand the situation is, the tribe has assumed control of the HIP program, starting with this particular project, this catch-up project, and everything forward. SWA is no longer going to be doing it. So we got plenty of time to, set develop a committee and set up the process and all that stuff, because we're going to be responsible for running the HIP program, from this day forward, or from a couple of months ago, or the initiation of this resolution forward. So there's no point in holding this up, like Chris says. I mean, it's a work in progress that we already in principle agreed to, and we cleaned up the language and stuff, that's fine. SWA didn't really mismanage, they just didn't keep up with it, that's all. And it was a lack of performance. And I guess call it mismanagement because it was neglected. I was there at housing, when housing was running HIP, and they were always behind. But it was well, something I don't want to get into, but it was a lack of performance that bordered on neglect in my mind. But that's ancient history, doesn't matter now. We need to. We shouldn't be doing anything that's going to cause a disruption in the process of work that's going on right now. I don't know if tabling this is going to do that, but I would hope not.
Well, we're tabling it until Josh can get here. 10 minutes or so, because these are discussions that we should have had if these resolutions were to be passed at the council meeting. Instead of these were petition
Stick to our
resolutions.
agendas.
Okay, Sherry.
These things in an orderly fashion, we wouldn't have it.
I'm just trying to get us moving forward. So I made the tabling motion so we could carry on parliamentary procedure. If there's something on the agenda, in order to get to it or move past it, you can't just not address it and set it aside. You're supposed to table it, especially since it's a resolution that was read in. So I made the motion to table it so we could move on and get on to the next one. And when Josh gets here, we can bring it back up. Thank you, Council.
Okay, our next one is 2025-326. Motion by Emily. Or a second.
I need to rescind it. Just got a table.
You sent this one earlier.
Is there a second?
No, the other one that we rescinded.
Hey.
I did change.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay, second by Sherry. Go ahead, Emily.
Okay, six whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service, RSTAS, seeks to enter into a business associate agreement with Smoke Signal Solutions LLC, which provides electronic dispatch software and technical support services that directly support the dispatch operations of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service. And whereas these services require access to and handling of protected health information, PHI, in order to support real-time EMS dispatching, call management, communication workflows, and operational continuity. And whereas the BAA ensures that Smoke Signal Solution LLC will handle PHI in full compliance with the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, the Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health Act, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, and the HIPAA Privacy and Security Rules 45 CFR Parts 160 and 164. And whereas electronic dispatch software and technical support provided by Smoke Signal Solution LLC strengthens the clinical, operational, and regulatory functions of RSTAS by improving dispatch accuracy, communication efficiency, and secure data handling. And whereas nothing in this business associate agreement shall be interpreted as a waiver or a limitation of the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, its tribal council, its departments, its entities, or its officers, employees, or agents, and no provision of this agreement shall constitute consent to suit in any court or jurisdiction. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve the business associate agreement with Smoke Signals LLC, Smoke Signal Solutions LLC. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby adopts and approves the business associate agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Ambulance Service and Smoke Signal Solution for provisions of electronic dispatch software and related technical support services. Be it further resolved that nothing in the agreement shall constitute a waiver of application of the sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, nor shall the agreement be construed as granting any consent to suit or jurisdiction over the tribe in any form. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is hereby authorized to sign and execute the business associate agreement and any associated documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And I'm assuming that agreement was attached whenever you all signed. And that was reviewed by Eric? Eric, Antoine?
I don't know if he reviewed it or not. That's Software Solutions.
Well, there's not an agreement attached, so I'm just asking, was there an agreement attached whenever they signed? And
Yes.
did Eric review the
Yep.
resolution and attach?
All the ambulance services came from Eric. Thank you. Anthony? Yep. Okay. Any discussion?
My agreement's on the back of this.
I need to flip far enough. Thank you, Michelle.
Mike, discussion?
Well, the question's been called for.
Okay. Question by Sherry. All in favor?
14,
Opposed?
0,
What?
Madam Chair.
Mike?
On that particular resolution, the one that we just dealt with, did the health board, was this a petition resolution one? Did the
Yes.
health board,
All this whole,
how come?
all the ones we're going
They
through.
didn't come to health court.
Well,
And we've
there-
been meeting.
There is a problem. There's
That's what-
another problem. These directors not getting these things to the committee in a proper fashion.
I'll address it a little bit more when we get to
I
health
just
court.
wanted to make that
Thank
point,
you.
yeah.
Yes, it's very true. Thank you.
Okay, the next one we have is 2025-327. Ambulance service lease agreement and maintenance with Lockyer Companies.
This one says finance committee.
Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah.
The Xerox machine for. Twenty 326. This one's supposed to come from Budget and Finance Committee. 327, 2025, 327. For the ambulance service Xerox machine.
It's in the packet. Big
In that same packet,
at first.
that same one?
Health board?
Yep, it's in that same one, but it's one. They're all stapled in there.
It says page one. It's not a health
327.
board packet, it's all the ratified, ones to be ratified. These ones here. The ones that are done.
Right, I got
It was the packet that has 2025, 324. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Josh is here now. Do you want to listen or have him?
I'm sure, I mean, it's already, it was already, I guess approved.
Chris, do you have it?
Yeah, it's already approved, so I think we can make a motion to ratify, right? I mean, this one. I don't think we have to read it in, do we? I mean, that's kind of what we're doing, just ratifying all these ones, unless we want to rate them in, I don't know, I mean. That's what I'm saying, we just say we're just approving the 25-327,
Waiving the reading.
yeah, waiving the reading, because it's already been approved, like we've mentioned before, but. So, gonna help out Mike a little bit, so that way he's not searching for it.
Thank you, Ben.
No. A motion to approve, 225-326.
Motion to ratify?
Motion to ratify.
327, right?
Oh, 327?
Yeah.
327. Which is the ambulance service to enter into lease and maintenance agreement with Loeffler Companies, Inc.
And that's for the Xerox machine.
Second.
Mike, or, Wayne. Oh, Ben seconded it.
Council, I just want to let you know that on this particular resolution, the council specifically does not waive its sovereign immunity. You can see in the resolution. But that company has been working with Eric now for almost 2 months, and they're refusing to take that language out. So that's why the agreement has not been signed. I'm sure that ambulance or these companies will be calling you guys, but we can't sign that agreement because it requires a waiver, and this resolution says we cannot. So I'm just letting you know that that's what the hang up is now.
Well,
Mike,
Madam Chair, with that, explain, you just spoke to this resolution with, yeah, then I'll move the table.
No, you don't have to table it. The resolution is good because the council has not waived the sovereign immunity. The only thing I'm explaining to you is the company wants us to sign a waiver. We cannot because this resolution says we can't.
You know, I understand that, so I get that, but, are they going to, I mean, they need to either, have a ball movement or get off the pot here.
Yeah, and as long as they're insistent upon having a waiver, that agreement will not be signed.
Ergo, what's the purpose of the resolution then?
The resolution authorizes the.
No, I understand that, but what's,
And then
why is it necessary if they're, you know?
If you table this resolution, the agreement can be signed if the waiver.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
But that as long as that waiver's in the contract, it cannot be signed.
The agreement's not gonna get signed.
Right.
Well, what if it does? Somebody signs it.
If it does, then it's, in my opinion, it's not a legal document because our laws say that any waiver of sovereign immunity has to be done specifically by resolution form of the tribal council.
But then somebody will come back and say, why you approve the resolution?
But it says in there that.
Yeah, we don't need to discuss it. Let's.
okay. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Votes. All in favor?
Bob,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2,
12-0-2, motion passed.
3.
3 not.
15.
Did you vote in favor of the tabling motion for him? Yes, okay, then you can bring it back.
There's 2 not voting.
Right, Josh? Josh, council has a couple of questions on the petition resolution 2025-325.
Okay.
That went through and I remember, Josh is here and he'll answer all your questions.
Good afternoon, council. Good afternoon, thank you for coming. Can I, look at a copy?
They amended it to that. 22.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can I bring it back on the motion to ratify so we can discuss it?
yes.
Motion to ratify 2025-325.
Motion by Emily. Second by Sherry. Discussion. You already read it in your too.
Yes.
So we're gonna take that one amendment out of the second to the last whereas there, Josh? We're gonna replace that with, just leave it as non-compliance.
Understood.
There you
Thank you. Thank you for coming on
Yes,
short
ma'am.
notice. We have, or I have some questions about the 23 and 24 allocation.
Okay, so with that, ma'am, 2025-91, which is the current resolution that IHIP is working under for 19 projects. We identified 32 eligible tribal members. Compliant with the priority ranking system that's built into the tribal annual performance report. That's a TAPR, okay? So that's how selection is made, based on the highest point. That's how it's drawn down to put on a, for service, okay? So now, with that 23 was budgeted in 2025, 91, 24 is yet to be expended.
So we already have resolutions allocating 23 and 24 to you?
I believe there may be one. The one I have currently, let's see. But 24 is yet to be allocated, Matt.
24 is yet to be allocated.
But 23 is in 2025-91. That's A23AG00579.
Okay. 23 is not with SWA.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Because I'm hearing that 23 is with, SWA, and that it's funding the position right now.
Okay, well, I'll show you here, ma'am. Pass that around. Would you like to see the copy of it? Appropriate contracts for expense are on there. We recently did close out 3 contracts that have been sitting there since 15, 13. And that, ties into getting 4 of 5 of our elders home. As you all may have received my email, my hope.
And my last question is, as far as this, I do understand that, there's a ranking system.
Yes, ma'am.
How did it so happen that a majority of them were all in Parmalee?
Well, I believe that would be, I can answer on this priority ranking portion, but as far as a selection, that would be for BI office at Aberdeen, for making those particular selections. Ma'am, I do know that those tribal members identified on that resolution, their homes are in severe dilapidated state, and, there is a possibility that we could amend and change if this respective body wants to service more in other communities, but that is just keeping in compliance with the 70 IAM 7.
I'm not trying to start a community war. I just want to make sure that it was done properly, or if there's something that's missing, like, was there more advocacy in Parmalee? Was somebody there helping with applications in Parmalee and that didn't happen in out east, or, or in Horse Creek?
Yes, ma'am, I'm tracking, I understand. I believe I'm just extending that professional courtesy. I'm not making any allegations or statements to that community war. But it's just the priority ranking system. That's a tribal annual performance report. I do have a copy of the manual. I can share it to council. That's runs the entire program. It's a guidance tool. So that's how that works, ma'am.
I understand that, and I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to say that you prioritized Parmalee. I'm trying to understand why Parmalee got so many people approved and then other communities didn't. And I'm not saying that it was you who did it. I'm wondering if it was something that we didn't do as a tribe to get out there and get enough applications out to all these other communities.
Understood.
And I know that you currently are under the president's office, and however, the president hasn't given us a report for over 5 months, I would say. So a lot of this stuff we're unaware of. And I guess going forward, any action that you need, I would recommend going to a committee and not just doing a petition resolution.
Okay.
Whichever committee you can make it to for now until the council allocates a committee for you. And then that could prevent a lot of the discussion and answer a lot of the questions that we have.
I will share with you, council and councilwoman, that during this, when this petition resolution was happening, we needed to secure that funding from the BIA so that, and that was whenever, the conferences were going on, the LNI, and, we had to move on it just to secure the funding. I mean, we can, this respective body can make all the amendments or changes they see appropriate and fit, so long as, and I'm confident and certain it will remain in BIA compliance. So that's why that happened. And that's why we're looking at it now. And as far as the mismanagement and that whereas, I do agree with this council that is a very strong word, non-compliance. Sure, we are aware. However, I believe it's our shared intention and purpose to move forward from that and start seeing some results from expending these contracts.
Mike and Michelle.
Hey, Madam Chair, I'm not understanding. What, is the waiting list still a factor in this when it comes to selection? And I'm sort of reacting to Sherry's question about 4 names.
Yes, sir. So that waiting list is.
Does the waiting list still play a part in who gets picked?
Yes, so the highest priority ranking points, this is the paper that was submitted to the BIA, the Regional Housing Officer, whom our council had met at the last time I was here. And he gets it, and we work together to compile this list and make sure that all of the applications that are submitted, they have the IIM account, the tribal abstract, disability if applicable, land description, land maps, proof of ownership, verification of that ownership, things of that nature. So with that, it's put into the TAPR. Then it generates a separate portion called the tribal work plan. Now, we work off of that work plan and run a separate report where we can move the highest number to the top and work down to the lowest. And that's how it's designed to select applicants. Now, coincidentally, it just so happened we're in Parmalee. Okay. So I do have that. It is confidential information. You are welcome to come to my office and visit with me. We have currently, for these numbers, number of eligible applicants, 256. Number of applications received, 347, and the difference would be ineligible from those numbers.
So the waiting list is not, it doesn't, where you are on the waiting list doesn't absolutely guarantee that you're next in line. I mean, what I hear you saying, everything is subject to an assessment need, and all that other stuff.
Yes, sir.
It used to be that the waiting list was strictly adhered to, you know what I mean? Irrespective,
I mean,
and that's my question, ergo my question.
so just to,
I know you work off the list.
yes, sir.
But where you are on that list chronologically doesn't guarantee that you're going to qualify in any particular round then. That's what I hear you saying.
Yeah, so applications are kept on file for 3 years. I would say 4 on a technicality, on a technicality.
Yeah, I know you have to come in and update, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it's safe to say, granted the interpretation of the Indian Affairs Manual, Section 7, that funding availability, that's how I would say how we can get services to our applicants, sir.
Okay, so in terms of an individual's opportunity, to get service, where they are on the waiting list is not really absolutely relevant, I guess. It doesn't guarantee you, anything, other than the fact that you're on the list, basically.
Correct. Granted the.
And you guys, and when whoever does the assessment has to start somewhere, you start at the top of this list, I would assume.
Yes, sir.
But, so the list is strictly for assessment purposes and nothing else.
Well, sir, the list.
And I asked the question because it used to be the waiting list where you were was that was number one criteria, saying everybody got dealt with in chronological order, strictly back. Maybe the rules have changed now.
Can I respond to it?
Sure.
Okay, so that list there, sir, is, as I've stated previously, the priority ranking factors. Those are the points. Now, the factors are, do they qualify income-wise? Now, the income guidelines have since increased this year.
I understand.
So now, number 1 could be this individual with 18 points, and we run a separate report for the highest number, and we could put number 239 at number 1 because she's got 72 points. So that's how that works. It's just a separate report. But this order, right now on this current printout, is when the applications were received, 1, 2, 3, how they were entered in the reporting system. That's how that works, sir.
Yeah, Michelle, Ben, Totes, and Alvin.
Hi, Josh. Thanks for coming in. I have a couple of questions. So when you're talking about the point system that you enter into the database or whatever, is that based off of what they write in their application, or do you go and look at the house and then enter what you see as far as the?
The points are determined based on the information that's provided. As I previously stated, income is a big
So it's
factor.
off of the application, the paper.
All of the information they provide, ma'am, yes.
We really I feel like we need to find somebody that can go out and help them fill out these applications, because a lot of these people are elders and they don't know how to write down every little thing they're being overlooked is what I'm thinking, because they don't have the proper representation to help them fill out an application and put down I have families that have floors falling in and they didn't qualify. Roofs falling in and they're not even on the list. So my next question is, do you reevaluate these homes? Because Councilwoman brought up a good point earlier that they'll fill out this application because they have some floor damage. And then all this time goes by, they don't get selected, and then the damage gets even worse. So are they being reevaluated, or do they have to reapply to be reconsidered if the damages are more?
Okay, so as far as, proper guidance, there is a form, the authorization for release of information that all applicants submit and fill out in front of the notary, and myself from the notary. That then gives me permission to get the documents for them. And a few instances I applied for some people just to help them because they have transportation is a big factor and just getting in town overall. Okay. So now with that, getting them their application into the system, once they're on this, ma'am, they're on it for 3 years. Okay. And every tribal annual performance report that's submitted every year, before December 31, those applications from those previous years can be resubmitted with that, and it builds the numbers on this, okay? So now, I understand, and we have that shared frustration myself, because I really wish we could help everyone out, but we cannot. Now, that's why it's, our shared purpose to pursue a Category A, which doesn't prevent them from a Category B. They can get both. The Category A award can go up to 7,500 men. So if we can do that, it classifies as safety sanitation. While the floors are falling in, we can service it. Now, we can run a separate report. We're on here, just so you can reference. Program category. If we run a separate report, we can do all A's and run a service year for just all category A's. Okay? So that's something we can do. However, our council decides to get services to those that are eligible with a full completed application, we can do that.
Okay, so they're not being reevaluated, they just have to resubmit a whole application if there's, like their roofs.
So can you emphasize on reevaluating?
So I have a individual in my community that applied. At the time, she had some roof damage and floors were falling in, windows leaking. She didn't make it to the top of the list. So now with the storms and whatever, there's more damage to her home, which is not noted in the original application because those damages weren't there when she initially applied.
Okay, so with that, I do hear what you're saying. I understand. As far as reevaluating or conducting an inspection, yes, we can follow up. Yeah, we can. And a lot of the time, the calls that I get, are for those particular instances of, well, it's getting worse. I'm getting, like just this couple months ago, snow's blown into my house and stuck in blankets under my door. Okay. So there is an alternative remedy to where we can help a little bit with something, but we can't do the whole job as far as just even providing plastic lath, things like that.
But could their application be amended so that they can add a few more points since it's a point system with more damage? Do you think they would get more points?
Well, see, with that, amending an application, sure, we can run another report and have them reapply with the new issues, and I disagree with this, but in keeping with compliance and Union Affairs Manual, 70 IM 7, what's provided in the application has to stay there. That's just how the BIA designed that. Now, I don't agree with it myself, but the alternative is reapplying and putting them back in the chopper, running the risk, of pushing them further down on the list.
right, and then my last question. As far as keeping track of the communities, like whose houses are getting worked on within whatever community, I noticed on here I have one of my community members, because BIA 5 is Grass Mountain, but they're showing up in here as Rosebud. So I don't know how you want to.
Which number then?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth one down.
Okay, you may need to amend on that.
So, for tracking purposes, thank you.
Ben?
Thank you, Josh, for coming. I know we've got a lot of questions on this one too. I didn't know how technical this would be. I believe back when we decided to take on this opportunity for the IHIP, I guess my concern was with the language that was in there too that was brought up earlier due to ongoing non-compliance, and this kind of makes me think, that we have to reevaluate our SWA to see if they're taking on more than they have to or more than they can. But anyway, with that, I know this project is trying to end up with it's in jeopardy too. I think next year is what was told last time you guys came here with the Aberdeen guy. But at the time of this thing being brought up, it was a great idea because we said we're gonna go out there and go and fix everybody's house. Start bringing out the application, fix everybody's house. We're gonna do this stuff, and then we end up finding out that the BI has all these guidelines that we have to abide by. Again, from what it sounds like right here, it's more technical than what housing is able to get through. So that was one of our biggest things that we didn't want to do, because housing had that issue saying, well, we have all these technical things and we don't want to do it and it's all bad. Well, we'll take it over and we'll do the best that we can of it. So, okay, we didn't know that, but apparently that's one of our biggest issues going on right now, is that there's so many technicalities that we can't get to everybody's house. But I did, I guess, sitting here thinking when you guys did your report last council meeting, you guys came, there was some ideas of how the process should be at every community, of how many houses are very dilapidated, I guess, or are getting bad, and then not fixing them, but just having them on paper, because again, as time goes on, it's going to get worse. So another funding agency may come up again, and we could say, well, we can use that money towards these things that, for these people's houses. So right now in my community, again, at Two-Strike, and they're all here, 20 communities here that are going to have all that issue and stuff, I guess. So I'd rather see us go out there, have somebody go out there that start looking at all these houses to make sure, and then make sure we have those down the road there to basically, I guess, help them out in some way to say, we're going to do what we can to help you guys out, but not right now. This program, IHIP, is a whole different deal and stuff, I guess. So those are just my thoughts on it. And again, too, I mean, you brought that presentation last time. It was a great deal because we were able to see what you guys are doing out there. At the same time, too, we was able to at least have some ideas of what we can do to help our communities out. So, I mean, this program is really good thing for us, but at the same time, too, we need to go out there and actually help the people that need the help and everything, too. So I myself told housing that I'm really concerned that I should be one of those ones out there, too, to be doing all this, evaluation of all these houses, too, to find out, see where it's at. So if you ask me that, I'd be able to give you that. So those are just my thoughts on it. But at the same time, too, I know you guys are going off of what DIA has, all the standards and stuff. So I'm just making sure that we cover everything, because we are, here for our communities, our people here. But again, we're doing the same thing too. And I see Sergeant Arms there, pretty much having some ideas there. So, but anyway, that's just my thoughts on it. And I thank you for coming and asking these questions and stuff. So again, thank you, what you're doing. Thank you.
Oh, it's your next. Okay.
Alden. I've got a couple questions for you. I disagree with the selection process of the HIP program, mainly because there's a lot more people that need help out there, and being selected by that computer. I disagree with that. Another thing, as of yesterday, I tried to remove a person from these 5 houses that they're getting. And as of yesterday, he's still on there. Now, I talked to Kathy about this. The reason why I haven't want him removed, basically, he had a housing house before. And he's a drug dealer. That's why he got sent to prison for this. So I requested him be removed, and the trailer that was damaged is not his trailer. That's a co-ed trailer. And someone indicated that there was a walk-in shield. It's not a walk-in shield, it's a co-ed trailer. And there are a lot more people out there that need help, more than this guy. The senior citizens, people with families don't have no place to go. There's one in Soldier Creek over there. No one has ever mentioned that, but that's a transitional, half it's almost torn down. He lives in there. And I got 3 grandchildren on it that's their father. Off and on, they go to school in St. Joseph now. He was like, he has no income. A lot more people out there need help. And another thing is you have a time limit on your contracts. Anytime you have a contract, you should have a time limit to see how to get done, one after another. I've been a contractor all my life. I came back to the contract. And, there's a time limit on everything. I think maybe you should impose that, get these houses done as soon as possible, because I'm still getting calls. Thank you.
I respond, man. Well, sir, respectfully, I'm not in a position to remove anyone from their home. That is not a part of the program. I do find it concerning that a sitting council rep would say that one person does not deserve help as opposed to others. I believe that all tribal members deserve an equal service, whatever service they apply for. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Pam, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, for clarification, Alvin, that one. Oh, okay, well, for clarification, for council and the public, that one, individual that he was referencing to in his community, that right there has nothing to do with IHIP.
Yep.
I want that clarified. So I don't know why it was discussed or whatever, but in my opinion, I've seen these houses, I've been through them, the ones that have been done, especially the 2 in my community, and I really hope that they're satisfied with them because they are done nicely, efficiently, and it might not be, like one of them might not be what they fully wanted, but that would have put that one unit over budget. And this program, does have a budget for these houses that they have to stick to. It's, yeah, so I just wanted to point that out, that had nothing to do with this conversation, and yeah.
Colts, did you have anything? You were after Ben, so. Okay, I have Emily, Stan, and Sherry.
Thank
Sherry
you.
have it?
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Thanks for coming. Good to see you. I just have 2 quick things. I didn't notice anything in the resolution regarding a cap on category A. Is there a cap on category A?
Well, I believe it was not identified, ma'am, because these selected for, the category of services is Bs and Cs.
Okay.
I don't believe that it was appropriate to do the cap on A. We can add that in if you would like for reference.
Well, I was just asking because it says the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, our president's office is opted to set the following caps for service delivery. So I just was assuming we would have it for all categories, and I didn't know if it was purposely missed out or mistakenly missed out, but that's an explanation, so thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
We will be doing that possibly in the future if there are any category A's that you're servicing.
Correct. Those relevant to subject matter for funding expense.
Thank you. Okay, and then my follow-up is more for, I guess, council. I don't know if it's more for you, but I just wanted to reiterate, and I know we've all talked about this, about the need for a true assessment. And the reason why I say that is the last time we had the presentation with everybody here, the guy from BIA said that our funding is based on our need. So that got me thinking, well, we don't even know our true need. So how can we ever get adequate funding if we don't ever tell them what our true need is? And so I know this is a big ask, so I'm not expecting, unrealistic things, although I think it's a appropriate ask in the long run, is what is our true need? And so I'm wondering, is there anything in your plans for growth of your office to include capacity or staff additions that we could truly get what our true need is? And the reason why I'm asking is a few of our council reps have already discussed possibly the need for helping more assistance with even filling out applications. And it sounds like you're able to do that, but the ask, you know what I mean, is way bigger than one person can adequately or effectively or efficiently handle. So I guess my question then is, how can we collaborate, or how can we build your staff capacity then to determine and assess what our true housing need is. And then, because until then, we can't even address the need, right? We're talking about priorities and all of this, but it's still chaos. We don't even know what our true need is, and there's lots of people that aren't even on any of these lists right now. So my big question is to you, but also to council, how can we staff or fund or whatever we collaborate we need to do to ensure that while we're going out there and spending all this time with our people, that we're getting information that we can then use in a database or somehow to show and assess our true housing need. Because I think, and it's probably not the nicest thing for me to say because I was not sitting on council when this happened, but as a council person now looking in, thank you. Just real quick, I just wanted to add up. I just think that we could have done better with some of the funding opportunities that we did have, had we had true assessment and true need. And so that's why I'm just trying to build in there. We may have missed an opportunity to
Emily, any
gather
more on
some of that
on this
data.
particular resolution, do you have any more discussion?
I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. I have Stan, Sherry, and Toth.
Can I respond briefly, ma'am?
Sure, Josh.
So yes, ma'am, just to touch on your question, I am tracking to what you are asking. It is my intention to get out into the communities more. I did meet with the BIA. We have developed a plan to start maybe once a month, getting all of the appropriate parties together to kind of do like an application fair, have you meet once a month at maybe even BIA where the IIM office is for the ladies. I'll be coordinating with TLE and DSS, all the appropriate partners up for collaboration to get a completed application generated to the Tappert man. So just something, food for thought.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
Comment, Josh? I just want to I had a question. The funding for this project, is that an ongoing year after year from now on?
To my understanding, sir, it is multiple contracts that have not been expended, I believe dating back to 2013.
Yeah. But Wayne can.
Then, the HIP program receives money every year, an allocation every year depending upon need. However, HIP is scheduled to be terminated, I think, next 2027. So if we want to continue the program, we need to all lobby Congress to get them to authorize it. But up until 27, they get money every year.
Or it is a much needed service, especially in my area. The homes are in bad shape. Tonight we're having a committee meeting and we have to resolve kind of an issue. I want to the houses under approved by your program and there's some questions that can be answered. One of those proof of ownership, so far done. I thought that everything was in order, but it's probably not. I know not tonight. I'll make your method of after you pick your progress report. I've been watching on my phone about how many percent is now home and so forth. I just wish other homes were like that, like our borrower STB as they complete their homes. Give us a percentage report like that.
Agreed, sir. Thank you, and I will respond to you as well, sir, and the council that it is also, I have some intention to attend community meetings again, you can pick that up. I stopped during the winter, weather permitting. It's getting nicer, so be in the communities more at the meetings and get more public interaction for outreach where I hit, okay?
Okay.
Sherry. Oh.
Thank you. I was just gonna say what Treasurer Boyd mentioned, but I wanted to say that not just we should lobby, we should direct legislative affairs to kind of draft something like a call out to have our community members call out to our 3 senators here in South Dakota to lobby to continue the IHIP funding. And I also think that just the people need to know that although you don't get selected for 24 or 25, the more applications that the tribe takes in, the more funding we get. And if you notice the fluctuation in the funding amount on the resolution, that's why that one year where there's one where we only got 200,000, That's because there wasn't enough applications, intake of applications. So the more applications that he continues to take, the more funding that we could possibly get. And, Josh, would you please check into the 23 funds and make sure, we have the 23 funds, and make sure that we don't have anything with SWA still?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure that we're not paying anybody at SWA through those 23 funds if they're not doing any of the work.
Okay, in light of that, I feel it's my responsibility to do a disclosure to our tribal council. That one may be appropriate for another council meeting, but I believe the urgency for it in this particular resolution, subject matter that may need to go out there. It's council's decision.
Folks, Bob and Michelle.
Thanks for coming, Josh. You know, there is nothing, no political moves or nothing here made by this body. We're looking out for the best interest of the people. And what's really important, and my colleagues shared this, is we do need to go out and we do need to do a reassessment, or we need to look at their homes, because this is really going to affect our funding, and it's going to give us more funding later down the road, because we need to get as many applications as possible from every community. You know, because look at, we had that tornado. This has nothing to do with the IHIP money, but we had that tornado come through St. Francis, and our people are still sitting idle. We have no reports or nothing about the status of that. But, and Josh has his guidelines too that he has to follow, but, let's go out and reassure those that do have the applications and do have things wrong with them, that there is another assessment done, just for the, you know, to put their minds at ease too, because some are really, worried about their homes. But thank you. And we can always invite Shelley down too to help assist Josh next time too, when he comes on the floor too. Thanks.
Oh,
Yeah, did he on that watch too, Josh? I guess I get a couple of questions out of curiosity. When you take applications through category system, how does the homeless fit in?
I believe that category of service would be category C. There's category C1 and C2, C1 being a new home. C2, I believe is deemed appropriate as a replacement home. And the category B, inspection is done and condemnation is established.
I'm thinking that homelessness is pretty much well out of your program's question there. I think that homelessness is for other programs.
Well, I would say it appropriately ties in. Granted, the waiting list, it's not good.
Another question I had was this dollar amount that you have on this grant there. How does the homelessness fit into that? Are we just using them as an excuse to get more money and leave them off?
Well, sir, in the application, the tribal annual performance report, there is a selection portion. It is, I believe, part 7 or 8. Now, when the drop down, there's a tab, you click on it, it's dilapidated, homeless. Now, those that are homeless, you know, that boosts their score. So a lot of the time, you know, in the category C portion, you know, we hardly, let's see, right here, and I'll share with you, sir.
I'm working.
See, this is the category line items here, that's C1, okay? They're all people up for new homes, those who are identified homeless. Now you can see at the far end on the right, the score is going to be higher than those of a B or an A or a D. Now, I don't work with the D, but the B. It's Charlie.
Okay. The reason why I'm concerned about that is that, you know, ever since I've been on this position here, I always advocate for the homeless and, you know, the people that are really Ushika. I always advocate for them. And what I don't want this program to turn out to is that a similar characteristics of that ARPA program, And as far as I'm concerned, my personal opinion, a lot of people, well-to-do people got the assistance. And a lot of people that need the assistance didn't get any at all, very little. In fact, one of my constituents back home had some, building material brought to them and threw it on the ground and they just left. And I just don't want this HIP program to be turned out that way. Now, my last, question is that as far as assessment is concerned, why don't your office do that? Why does it take BIA or Aberdeen or wherever? Why are they sitting there doing that? Why can't you do that? Or your program do that?
Assessments as in following up the homeowner?
Who's qualified for the application?
Well, as far as selection, sir, it's part of the Indian Affairs Manual. It's part of the compliance.
Because I think that it's not fair for somebody to be sitting in a lavish office somewhere determining who's the neediest of the needy on the reservation. I don't think that's fair.
Understood, sir.
It's not serving our people justice by having somebody way up there telling us whether we're needy or not. I don't think that's fair. That's all I got, my opinion there, sir.
So if I may respond briefly, Council, sir. There is as I've stated and disclosed to the council previously, Category A, an award up to $7,500 does not affect their B. And we can, if, let's say we got $3 million or $2 million to play with, and we go run a report on the tapper and tell our tribal members, we can get you services with the Category A, and we can service 150 people this year with $3 million. Because getting an A doesn't affect them getting a B. And now I'm not sure what thoughts or ramifications may come my way for stating this regarding the BIA, but that's how we can get more service to our people, classifying it Category A. That's what we can do. We're still in compliance with the regulations, the manuals, everything. But we still have to follow the tap. Just a response, sir.
Michelle?
I asked this before, but you were told us that because there was more money available, that some people may still be on the waiting list. You said there was 347 apps received and 256 of them are eligible. So I'm just wondering, did you send out letters to those remaining people that are not eligible, letting them know the status of their application?
Still generating.
Still generating them?
Yep, still rolling.
Okay.
But they have been, honestly, I've been sent, say, about 28 so far.
Letting them know that they didn't qualify?
Just getting it sent out, mail, and put in their file, they file a state office.
So depending on the reasons why they're denied, can they reapply again as well?
Definitely.
Okay. And then just wanted to say thank you guys for all of your hard work. I didn't make the council meeting when you brought in the contractors, but I'm real proud of our own enrolled members for all the hard work they're doing, Albert and Reggie. So thank you guys.
Oh, I have you down. Mike? Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. If I could remain seated. I just need to get myself unconfused here. We're discussing, resolution 325, right, with, 8 names on it. 3 category C's and 4 categories B's. And I'm also looking at a resolution here that, I was handed, number 91. Did that, 2025-91, did that ever get approved?
Yes, sir, that's the current resolution.
Right, and that list has something like 40 names on it.
32.
Okay, or whatever. What's the relationship between that list and 325 then?
Separate contracts for services. Separate contract years, sir.
Okay, so, you could say that all these people are these 30 or so are supposed to get work done, and 325 deals with 8 individuals who are not on this longer list, right?
Yes, sir.
They're on 91. Okay, how did, I'm a little bit confused because, the names on, resolution 91, obviously chronologically were submitted by the president's office sooner than this list of 8. So I'm just trying to understand what,
The reason it's
I mean,
like
they're
that,
all gonna get service, that's fine, but, there are some Bs on 325, and there's a whole bunch of Bs on this resolution 91. So who decided, I don't know, it just seems like, that the names on, resolution 91 should be priority number 1. And somehow, these names that are on 325 kind of came along later. I'm a little confused there.
can I respond?
Sure.
So with that, sir, the reason those names are selected, they're selected from the TAPR.
Which ones are you talking about?
Resolution, sir.
Which, resolution 91 or resolution 325?
So we'll start with 91. So 91 is selected from the TAPR for that particular contract year. Then you look at the next resolution for that contract year. That's how those names are selected, sir.
Okay, but the waiting list goes from year to year, rolls over from year to year because funds are limited as to how many people can get service, so. I'm curious why none of the people on resolution 91 are on resolution 325, aren't on resolution 325, I guess.
Separate contract years, sir. Those names still remain on the TAPR on the waiting.
Yeah, but you still, but there's still, the theory of first come, first served, according, and then of course, you have to keep your applications updated, blah, 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 and there's need to understand all that. But I don't understand how none of the names from 91 could not appear on resolution 325. That's what I don't understand.
Sir, the names are
I
selected
would think
from the
that,
TAPR.
I would think that the names on
Every contract
325 would be some of the names that are on resolution 91.
You want to clarify that, Josh?
Yeah. Well, again, ma'am, thank you. So, tribal annual performance report. The names are submitted. How the application is submitted. This person submitted first, second person came in 2 days later, number 2, on down in sequence for how the applications were submitted. Now, for every particular project year, when the report is ran for the highest priority ranking point, that number could be, let's say 88, for example, at the top, number 1, okay? So with that, then we go from there and select for that contract year, okay? Now, the idea for 2025-91 is that 32 names, 19 tribal members were budgeted, okay? So now the idea is if we run into issues, we still have a resolution to roll over funding or move over if we run into a condemnation that would require an amendment to the resolution for a Category C replacement home, or we just keep moving on the list and servicing, rolling down the funds. That's why that's like that.
Okay, so, the crux of my question is, the names that are on 91 are going to get service. Irrespective of what year the money comes from, they are going to get service.
It's my hope, sir.
It's your hope. I mean, that they are destined, and
Sir, I just informed you that 19 homes were budgeted of 32. Now, the idea is to service as many as possible with remaining funds. Now, there is contingency in every project, all 19. So when we finish 19, we look at the budget. Those that remain on the resolution, we can service them. And if it means amending it to a Category A so they stay on the B list, it's my intention to do that. So yes, it's my hope we can service all 32. Now, for a different contract year on this current resolution, they're selected in the same process. It hasn't changed. It's just the higher number for the next highest applicant. That's all that is, sir.
doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
I mean, what you said you know,
Tammy,
Mike, some of those names on 191 have already been completed and the people are moved in, just so you know. But if,
oh, they are, okay,
Yeah.
that would have answered my question.
yeah. And because two of them are from my community, one of them moved in on.
All right, that would have answered my question.
All right, question?
question the motion?
Yeah.
Question by Tammy, all in favor?
I still have my hand up. Oh.
But she already questioned it. I got Tammy.
Well, then don't tell me that I'm on your list to ask the question if you're not gonna get to.
I didn't know she was gonna question it, sorry.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Well, 13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion carried.
Like,
Okay, Tammy, Royal, and, or Emily, Royal, and Tammy. Emily, did still wanna go? Okay, Royal.
Weird question to ask.
Royal. Oh,
I want to say that lobbying efforts now, Dakota Chuham Hata, Dakota Wab Agle Hata na Kta. I visited with Treasurer Boyd on lobbying efforts and how when I visited her Nazda, Dakota Wab Wakake. But I hear about a list and I hear stuff about the Dakota Chua near Mekochik treaty Kataha Oyate treaty Kataha everything that 51 and 68 is the things that I took to Washington D.C. because these are all treaty issues, hena treaty violations, hena takukti, hena oyateki, woki, hena. Now, when we talk about housing, and we talk about homeless, and we talk about how the reservation, and I told them up there, I said, when we go out to DC and we lobby, I went with empty-handed because I had things that I wanted to say on behalf of the Oyate because we have to have that in place, black and white legislation, and I told them that NASDA don't work for large tribes, may work for small tribes, and I said that when it comes to homeless, the Oyate, our ancestors didn't decide to sign the treaty and be put on reservations to adhere to housing policy in NASDA. And I also said that as a tribe, when we think about our people, we know that this body, legislative body, legislation, what we are here is legislation as we become social workers now. Community, hey, but I want to say that on this part of, there was a history, assessments and, Ihani ARPA, and then, they assess houses, fix roofs, provide storm stuff, so, and then, now it comes to this program. But, I asked that, cause there's funders out there. I know there's a tribe in Montana where this guy, put money in and built houses for all these tribal members. So there's things there that already exist. People want to help tribes. Che oyate itokam yakaki le oyate kitako chuam hena cha. Our people, our First Nations, hena yakapi cha he. I wanted to go out to communities and I had people talk to me about they were on lists, they never got a house, so so I was saying, if you would, when you go to communities, if you would maybe hire somebody to record people's stories, because families, that's not there. That history of homelessness and people with kids that let me.
Yes, sir. Grant your permission.
Tammy and Emily. No, Emily.
Thank you. I was wondering if I could make a motion requesting that the HIP program report to the health board until we establish a better pathway or protocol for them, because I don't think it's fair to this body or his department or anybody really to have to go that long without being able to report and then expect everything to come. So I think if we had a committee available, I think some of these questions could get fielded and answered on that level. So I'd like to make a motion.
Motion by Emily, seconded by Sherry, that the HIT program report to the health board.
Yeah, question.
Question by.
All in favor, Chris was trying to raise his hands.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But you need to raise
You
it.
want to play your question? Or
That's not even respected either, though.
discussion?
Put your hand up.
That's not respected, though. Emily had her hand up.
You're out of order.
Chris, did you have a discussion? Have you have a question again?
No. All questions being done, maybe.
All in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
Thank you, Council.
zero, oh, one,
Not voting.
one.
12 and
Counselor two?
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you.
Wasted an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah. Okay, council, we'll move on down the ratification list. The next one is 2025-328. Ambulance service.
It mentions the tribal finance and procurement policies, so do you think it should go under budget and finance?
28? Yeah. We can handle it.
This is what purchase
Electronic health record.
bring it on, Mike.
I'll move to bring on
Ratify.
2025-328.
Motion by Mike. Is there a second? Second by Tammy. Any discussion?
Okay, 328 is, this is for ratification, the ambulance service, 3-year master services subscription agreement with
Ms. Trend Allen.
With, let's see, Image Trend, Limited, Liability Corporation for the Elite EMS Premier Electronic Patient Care Report, and Electronic Health Service Record Software Platform, along with a business associate agreement requiring creation, receipt, maintenance, and transmission of protected health information. Wayne, this has waiver of sovereign immunity language in it. Is there any problem there?
He's not here. I think it's just like the last one, the one prior to
It's a
this.
different company.
Yes, it's a different company.
Different company, so I'm going to assume that we can go ahead and act on it then. Anyway, I move for ratification.
Any further discussion? Call for the question. Votes. All in favor?
Thirteen,
Opposed?
what?
It's not voting.
What?
Yep. Okay, the next one is the Health Administration application for IHS funding. 2025-329.
Madam Chair. That one's not in my packet. I mean, the first signature pages, but all the other stuff. Is yours done too?
It's just the signature pages on ours, or mine.
What is it, 329?
I got this is really short.
Oh, it's just a really short one then.
This is a really short.
Oh, it's just
resolution.
that?
Yeah.
Only 5 of them.
It's just whereas and therefore be it resolved.
Oh, okay. I got it then.
Okay.
Motion to ratify 2025-329.
Motion by Emily, second. Votes.
Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance of law and order and to safeguard the peace and morals and general welfare of the tribe pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution and Bylaws, Article 1, Section 1, KM. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration has the opportunity to apply for Indian Health Service Tribal Management Grant for $50,000 for 1 year to plan self-determination efforts for dental and behavioral health care. Now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the application of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Health Administration for this Indian Health Service funding. And I'd also just like to say, as Health Board, we've been asking for a discussion on these types of things for months and we're not allowed. And so it's just another one of those things to have to see in black and white. And it's a very big step that we're taking. And as you can see by the length of the resolution, I don't know how much thought was put into something like that. So anyway, it already happened. It sounds like they've already put in for this grant funding and are going to get it. It sounds like one of the doctors already asked one of his friends and they're going to be getting funding already for that also. So it looks like we're going to have at least over $100,000 for some pre-planning if that's what happens. Thanks.
More discussion, Sherry and Toltz.
Is this for the tribe assuming Delta Dental?
I'm assuming, but I don't know. And that's, yes, and that's why we were trying to have a conversation at committee because we would like to know what that means as far as what portions of the funding would be taken from IHS so that IHS can respond and how that would affect anything there. Maybe the intention is to do all of it, but none of that has been decided. And when we asked those questions briefly at the last meeting, they don't even know. So it's very haphazardly thrown together and rushed. And I understand it's needed. I'm not trying to say I'm against it because I know the need is there. What I am cautioning on is the way that we're planning and rushing things through after the fact. And so that's what I'm just cautioning on us, is making sure that we have the appropriate things and people and policies and everything in place. Because like I mentioned earlier, the petition resolution that pushed through the lease for this building was told to committee that it had to be done because this building was going to be used in 5 days. And whenever I asked the entity that was not true, she said that is not true. We don't have access to that building. We haven't even done our assessment there's no way, we don't have a staffing plan, we don't have funds, we don't have anything, there's no way for them to be operational in 5 days. So just the fact that the committee is getting inaccurate information to push things through is kind of a question are almost problematic, because it makes you not trust the information that's being brought forward.
I thought this was for, so that we can contract our dental up here at IGES and the behavioral health.
That's what this is saying, but what I'm saying is that was not discussed, and so
Okay.
whenever we brought that up at committee level, it was all over the place. We were like, oh, we already have $75,000 for that, oh, we're getting $50,000 for that, oh, so-and-so is already doing that. Then they even told us, oh, we already looked at the building, it looks great, it's in great standing, and so then we asked, well, does everything work? And he said, we don't know, we haven't had access to the building, we haven't even turned anything on. So how could you tell us everything's working great, and then we're not gonna need a lot of money, versus, I don't know, I'm not a dentist, I'm not a, expert, you know, that's basically what they flip-flop. And so how do we know if $50,000 is even adequate or gonna cover the cost? So anyway, there's just a lot of issues that were not discussed.
I got confused when Sherry said Delta Dental. Okay, I've told Mike and then Sherry again.
You know, here we go again, that's why we need to have protocol on these, and how many times have we said, give us the attachments and form us prior to. It's not fair to the people, because boy, we rush all this information out there that these things are coming, these things are happening, and when it does, there's not enough planning and it falls through. Detox. You know, look what's happening up there. And maybe there needs to be consequences for those that don't know how to follow the protocol or what's in place right now, because it's affecting the people. Most of all. Thank you.
Mike.
On the short resolution, 329, fourth whereas, refers to 1-year plan for self-determination efforts for dental and behavioral health care. So I assume we're going to explore the possibility of 630 aging those two services, community health service.
Yeah, Emily explained that that's what this resolution
For some reason or
reflects.
other, did dental, health and dental get mentioned here? And that would make sense.
Yeah.
That maybe we would contract them to provide the service, you know. For dental anyway.
Sure.
Thank you.
Emily, did you have your?
Sorry for the confusion. At Personnel Committee, we approved two dental positions, two dentist positions, for Delta Dental, and we were told at committee that the tribe, through health admin, is going to assume the Delta Dental in St. Francis because they were getting shut down. So that's why I was confused. I didn't know if we were going to be contracting them through this.
You mean the dental service that St. Francis Mission provides? Oh, okay. I didn't know that was Delta Dental. I didn't know that too, but it's possible that too provides the services.
Yeah. So that's why I was just asking for some clarification because we had that come to committee. So I wasn't sure.
Thank you. Emily.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that was the intention, but that petition resolution, I think, is still being circulated unless it got enough, which is why we wanted it to come through committee, but we're told it couldn't because it was already coming as petition resolution. But I also wanted to ask for anybody who did sign this, I didn't sign because I didn't have the attachment, but what was the date of the application on the attachment?
I don't think that one.
And the reason why I ask is because these are common things that happen at committee is we'll get really vague things that say approve this $1 million resolution for contracts, but no contracts are attached, no budgets are attached or anything like that. And so in this instance, I just want to make sure that I can go back to our record and say the application should have been presented to committee X amount of days. Because I'm thinking this one is old, like we should have probably done it months ago.
I don't remember seeing it in the email. Okay, secretary's office. Kim's gonna go check.
Okay, thank you.
It came through, sorry. It came through on the email on January 15th, but there was no attachments with it. So it's in the email with them.
Okay, I didn't remember seeing one either. Told us.
Well, how do we approve an application?
You know, with Emily just stating, with, Council Rep, Boyd Belongia just stating this, we have, some of these resolutions have came through and these directors have been sitting on them for months. And they're already providing the services, but yet it's way after the fact that they bring us these resolutions. You know, these really need to be done in a timely manner and they know when the deadlines are. You know, it's really frustrating, especially when there's no attachments to them. But we've just received, resolutions that were months ago. They should have came to us, and those programs have already started. They've already been in process. It's all about making people be accountable. Thank you.
No attachment? This one was for the IHS funding opportunity.
Did you get a question?
You didn't get a question yet. Emily made the motion, to second it, we're in discussion. Call for the question?
I have one question, and then I'll question it. At Health Board, would you, get more information on a lot of this stuff and bring it back to council when you do your report for next month?
Yes, I'm hoping to get to a health board report today because I would like some discussion and some guidance from the full council because this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's not a personal thing, but there's a lot that goes into all of this.
Yeah, no, I get that. I don't want to hold up the grant application if they got it, if they already applied for it, then I'll call for the question to.
Question by Sherry. All in favor?
You have it.
Opposed?
One.
Not voting. Three not voting? The next one is 225-330. Health Administration acceptance of 1.2 million for 3 years.
$330?
Have a different. That's Massachusetts. Or 330 is for, we have 400. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Emily.
Motion to ratify 2025-330?
Motion by Emily, second. Second for a motion, second by Michelle. What else?
Do you know if the attached contracts were attached and if they were reviewed by Eric?
I don't know.
Whenever you guys signed this one, do you remember seeing the contracts in the budget?
I think this one might be under that same email, Michelle.
Yeah, because I attached whatever I had when they emailed them out.
I just was curious what you were approving since there was nothing attached.
No, same email, no attachments to any of them.
So I don't know if I think to go ratifying, but
You wanna,
can I withdraw my motion and somebody else can make that motion if they want to ratify? Is that okay? I just didn't know if that was my duty as
you
the
wanna
chair.
pull your motion, withdraw your motion? And then maybe we could look at these ones. 1, 2, 3, there's 4 of them here.
Because I'm not trying to
Yeah.
jeopardize our funding. I'm actually trying to protect our funding because there's lots of issues that are regarding funding that we need to talk about. For example, they have millions of dollars right now.
Then we'll ask for the attachments.
I'd like to pull my motion, please.
Can we, move, 25, 330, 331, 332, 333 under the health board report? And then the health admin director should come down and bring all the documentation.
329, 330, 331, 332, and 333.
Well, 329 was approved, but 330 through 333. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That leaves us with 2026-01. Safety and dams.
Yeah.
This is probably a
Natural, I can bring it on if it.
budget and finance
Oh,
meeting.
budget finance, okay. Yep.
I went through both.
They can have it.
How did it go through them and then it has a petition resolution?
Council, you guys ended that day when it was in that. packet. But it was in the, packet. I just deleted it after January.
And then how to do it?
They wanted it. in the petition.
Okay, that's under land and natural. Motion by Emily.
Move to ratify 2026-01.
Motion second by Sherry. Wait a minute.
Whereas the continuing operation and maintenance of the early warning system is funded by BIA and conducted by the RST Safety of Dams Office through PL 93-638 contract number there. And whereas the Safety of Dams program has received additional funding in the amount of $30,000 for the operation and maintenance of each EWS located at Sully 2, Ghost Hawk, He Dog, Indian Scout, Carmelie, Ponca, Ridge Thunder, Rosebud, South Oak Creek, and Antelope Dams. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve and authorize the submission of a Public Law 96-638 for Safety of Dams Early Warning System, funding totaling in $30,000. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and submits the PL 93-638 contract proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for Safety of Dams Early Warning System funding totaling $30,000. And be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or delegate is authorized and directed to sign any and all related documents to support the tribe's request for medication of the Public Law 96-638 proposal for the continuing operation. I have a quick note, and I don't want to jeopardize the funding, so it's okay if we don't amend this one, but a while ago, like maybe over a year, the Land and Natural Resources Committee passed a motion requesting that Rosebud Dam be referred to as Sinte-Glashgar Spotted Tail Dam, since that was the original name and that's what it should still be going by. So I was just wondering if we need a council motion to change this in the BIA record, but that was a motion made a while back from Land and Natural. Just a note.
Yeah, you'll have to have council. Maybe by resolution too. Yeah. To change the official name of the dam.
I don't know if it was ever not changed. That's why we thought we could just refer to it.
Any further discussion? Focus. Ed Bob.
You know, this resolution didn't get to us till January 14th, 2026. You turn the last page, Madam President was informed of this November 18th. So when these things come through, we really need to address them right away instead of waiting until the last minute to put these petition, then that's when they go through petition resolution, when there was a timely manner to put these things through and communicate with one another. Thank you.
But, I was just looking at this resolution that they're in here. On that last B, it's further resolved. What does it mean by medication of public law?
That's what I'm.
Yeah, that's what we were wondering too. But Emily.
As amended, and then we can get with that director.
Yeah. Maybe we can put,
Are we gonna approve it that way?
it should be request for proposal. Request of the, I think it could just be taken out.
Maybe it's supposed to say maintenance or maintenance?
Request for maintenance.
Or no, not maintenance, okay, well, allocation. Allocation, maybe.
Request for funding? I don't know which.
We should clarify these, because these are official documents, and 10 years from now, somebody reads it, they're gonna be making fun of them.
Yeah.
Authorization?
We'll just put as amended, and then I'll ask.
Well, ask her.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Call for the question. Emily, Sherry, Ben. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
1401. Okay, the next one is 2026-04. Technical submit of EEOC FY 2026 funding contract. Motion by Tammy to ratify. Second. Second by Michelle.
This, resolution, was approved to come as a, to come here as a, God, I'm just losing my train of thought today. Anyway, it was approved. By our board.
Yeah, was it referred up by the technical board?
Yeah, it was referred by the technical board, for the technical director to get with our in-house attorney to, regarding the EEOC funds. So I will start with the 1, 2, 3, 4. The sixth whereas. The RSC Technical Commission made and passed the following motion on January 9th, 2025. Motion by Tamara Wilcox to have the technical director get with the in-house attorney to expedite a review on the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, funding agreement that has a deadline of January 14th, 2026, and set for a petition resolution, seconded by Travis Leading Cloud. Vote 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, motion carried. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Technical Commission to authorize the completion and submission of the EEOC Office Field Programs, State, Local, and Tribal Programs Application, Office the Fiscal Year 2026 Request for Information, RFI Fiscal Year 2026 Contract Qualification Criteria, and Terrell Operating Procedures to the EEOC Contract Administrating District Office, and be it also resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee authorize the director to execute the documents necessary to submit the EEOC FY 2026 contract.
Discussion. Call for the question. Votes. All in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Okay, the next one is for the law enforcement, 2026-05. For vehicle purchase, they were trying to get this one through before their quotes expired. This is a finance committee one, right?
Chris, do you have it?
And you have your thick packet? It's the last one behind it.
Motion to ratify,
Motion.
26-05.
Okay,
I'll second it.
wait, Mike. Go ahead, Chris.
I'll start with the last whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Budget and Finance Committee has reviewed and approved the section of a quote submitted by Frontier Motors Inc. D1406 US Highway 18, Winter, South Dakota 580 for the purchase of a 2026 Terran AT480 all-wheel drive in the amount of $38,324 for the RC Law Enforcement Services to be paid from the U.S. Department of Justice grant funds on a sole source basis. And now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves selection of the quote from Frontier Motors Inc. 31406 US Highway 18, Winter, South Dakota 57580 for the purchase of a 2026 Terrain AT4 all-wheel drive in the amount of $38,324 for RC Law Enforcement Services to be paid from the U.S. Department of Justice grant fund, and be it also resolved.
I just had a quick question. Do we normally have to have a justification attached in the sole source?
This went to budget and finance, didn't it?
Yeah.
Go through because they were hoping it would get on the January council for the resolution to go through. And they had their quotes were gonna expire.
Oh, yeah, it just doesn't say that there was multiple quotes. And so normally whenever there's a sole source, there's only one quote. And then in that instance, then you just have a justification, which they obviously told somebody, so I was just making sure that that justification was there.
I'm pretty sure. I didn't see it attached to it.
That was my issue, but
They brought it last Friday, yeah.
definitely want them to get their vehicle out. Wondering if we needed to add anything.
Any other discussion? Call for the question. Emily, all in favor?
Fourteen, 15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Oh, let's take a half hour. It looks like lunch is here.
They're mixed.
They're mixed. They're salads and.
And the special taco burger thing, I don't know, they're all different. Have a bite of each other.
They're doing good.
Right, that sentence right above that, there's a misspell too. There's a report.
Report. Oh, yeah, RER.
Madam Vice President, I was just wondering, and I'm sorry for being on repeat broken record, but it's really helpful when I review these, if we could have just a couple words explaining what the resolutions are. So for example, like on page 1 of December 22nd, they're talking about the RSP resolution as emergency legislation, but there's nothing explaining what type of. And I know we've made motions and asked.
On page what?
On page 1 of December 22nd.
So if you go down where they actually approve it, it says which approves Peoples, Herrera, something Robinson. That's just presenting it as emergency, and the next one explains.
Thank you for
its
that.
approval.
I didn't get that far. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, and then I did talk with Seth Pierman, and he was waiting for some correspondence regarding the sunrise, and he said if he gets it, he'll email everybody on Friday, by Friday, but if not, we'll put him on the 25th to report.
Okay, and they've started the assessment, I'm hoping?
He just said he was waiting for some response. He wasn't aware that he was going to be on the agenda today, but I just asked him for an update.
But they are aware that they should be doing meetings, right?
Yeah.
Are you doing following one action?
How do we know that our motions are followed up on? Because we don't have no documentation. So on January 20, are you guys in the January month? Okay.
In the minutes of December 22nd, there was a discussion about the
I got you.
lending practice of Redco and the lawsuit that is pending that we were all served with papers with and whatnot. There was discussion on that. Can we get an update of what's going on there? I know Wayne had heard some news, but does anybody have anything to share with us as to what Wayne indicated that there was something of a deadline of some sort that is approaching within the next couple of days.
Okay, let me reach out to Blake. I'll get back to you.
And he also heard that there was some disagreement between our law firm and Redco's law firm attorneys as to.
Yeah, we'll get something out when we're off air, since it's a pending litigation.
Do you think we need to make time maybe on Thursday's meeting to have like a little special meeting with the lawyers in Redco or whoever?
Yeah, I'll text Blake and see if he can be available. Even if it's on Zoom.
Yeah. I think that deadline is Thursday. I have to have all that stuff.
Are they gonna be wanting a decision from us before then?
Hold on, Emily. I have Holtz and Emily, Mike. I'll find out, Mike, and then I'll let you know. Okay, just because it's pending litigation, we'll have to discuss it off there.
And on December 22nd, it's second by Charles DeBrey Jr., but it says second by B. Charles DeBrey.
Where?
On page 2, December 22nd.
Oh, seconded by your bro.
Yeah.
Emily, sorry.
I had a question on page 3 of January 21st. There are some motions there talking about informational flyer, and I just wanted to make sure that that information has happened and went out yet.
Did everybody go through December yet? We move. Do you guys want to make a motion to approve the month of December meetings or do it by individual days?
Motion to approve all of December.
Motion by Michelle, then I'll go to you, Emily.
With the amendments?
With the minutes.
Yeah, okay, I have them.
Very good. Motion by Michelle, seconded by Amy?
No.
Holtz.
And I vote second.
Okay. Discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the Secretary's office, when, we have a entity that reports and gives a update or a report, do they provide you with a copy of that? Specifically, this Dale Knudsen provided a verbal report, construction update, and organization, but I remember she had a PowerPoint that day. Has she provided that to you for the record to put in with our council minutes?
I can look in there, and if it is, I can incorporate at least yeah, based on it.
If she didn't get it to you, would you
We'll get
reach
it.
out and get it? Okay.
And this one is what, the 22nd?
The 10th.
December. Any more discussion? Oh. Michelle.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I have a question on January 21.
Okay. Question? Discussion? We have a motion to approve the December minutes.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
It would be, in order, could, I request a copy of any of the other council people that want a copy of Redco's, charter at some point. That could be provided for us. And only because we have a bit of a controversy and I just want to be up to. Be informed.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody have a question on motion to approve December minutes?
I'll question.
Question by Mike, all in favor?
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2,
Okay, back to Emily's question on December. I know there was a training done on that, and I seen some flyers going around, but I don't know if they were from us or not. Sherry, do you remember? On the emotions? That informational flyer for,
Well, the reason why I was asking is because I asked if we could specifically have like a contact number to be added to that. So like if anybody off res or on res needed to contact anything, either ICE or enrollment related, there was kind of like a number that was a 24/7 number or something like that. So I was just checking to make sure that that had been done and that that information was available so I could share it.
okay.
And
Let me
then,
go ask, this real quick.
okay, can I ask my second question?
Yeah.
Okay, then my second question was, is that letter been drafted yet for our review or has it been done or sent?
I'll ask that too, because I seen the motion on that, so I'll ask one.
Oh, thank you.
That was the intent of the motion, was to have that
numbers.
Okay. He's right there. Chris, no?
Tim, can I ask, what was our vote count on the December minutes? Sorry, I should.
December's?
Yes,
1202.
thank you.
That was your, I see there was on the January 21 minutes, you asked for update on the PR position. There's no update in the minutes, so what was the update?
That's what I was just looking for. The, public relations, yeah, the update was that it was only advertised for a month last year, and there was one applicant, and there was no action taken.
Shouldn't that be in the minutes too?
Yeah, I think sure should be. Mhm. And, I thought I made a motion to re-advertise that right after that. Maybe it's in a different meeting.
I think if there's like a discussion that explains it, it should be our meeting minutes, so that way it's.
He's facing a lot, because those I never did nothing for, 17.
Remember the January 21st meetings where I did the public relations position update?
A lot of stuff to look
Where's that at?
Page 1, January 21st.
Oh, yeah, I'm on the second.
Towards the bottom. I didn't know in the record that it was only advertised for 1 month. And,
need to get going.
January
We're
25th.
making progress, but it's still.
And, there was only one applicant.
Where was it? Second paragraph from the bottom.
On page 1 of 21?
Yeah.
Would like an update on
Oh,
public
I'm looking
relations.
for a motion.
No, it wasn't a motion.
Yeah, you did.
So it was advertised 1 month.
January 25, and there was only one applicant.
Okay. I can add it.
And then also, Kim, where it says other officers present, there's a typo, secretary.
Good to see you.
On that same page?
Yeah.
Says Frank Sarah. Oh,
Does anybody know if there's been any scheduling for the collaborative meeting of leadership officials with law enforcement and the city and the county? I only ask because the law enforcement issues are just expounding every single day, getting worse and worse. And when we made the motion, I was under that we said, as soon as possible, meaning like as soon as possible. And I know it hasn't been a full month yet, but it has been, a few weeks. And so I was expecting some type of update or action or something taken on the previous ask and then again on this one. And so I'm just wondering if that's been done or if there's, a way that we could,
Did we identify who was going to do it?
in this motion, it specifically asked the president's office to schedule, but they're not here, so I just didn't know if anybody else had an update or was it maybe judiciary, because they should probably be invited.
We weren't invited, but I know the meeting did happen.
Oh, there was
Because
a meeting.
I did get a phone call from one of the people that were in the meeting and it wasn't very productive, but it happened, I guess.
You were invited?
No, I was not invited. Nobody on the committee was invited.
And in the motion, it does state to have leadership from the tribe, the city, and the council. So I just want to say that technically didn't meet what that ask was either, so we might have to have a follow-up.
Yeah, it was just the president, the chief, and the Todd County that were present.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the January 21 meeting minutes?
I thought it was second part.
Emily, was that in the January 21 meeting minutes?
January 22nd on page 1, right, kind of towards the middle there. I asked that.
I don't think that's the same meeting. If the attorneys were supposed to schedule it.
Yeah, and that's why I was hoping that they'd have an update for us, because remember we had asked if they could facilitate it, or I had asked if we could facilitate that meeting between our leadership, the city, the council leaderships with the law enforcement, so that we could try to coordinate an effort, because it was part of our lawsuit, or the law, or, you know what I mean? It was part of our, what we were gonna do as part of the lawsuit or whatever we're doing, was needing to have that information. And it was a suggestion by the lawyer to have, you know, a show of force that we are committed to protecting our people through proper law enforcement. And so that was like gonna be one of our first steps to build on, and I just was hoping that we had some movement by now.
Okay. So Louis said that it's not really a pamphlet form, it's more of like a brochure form, and they put a copy of it on our RST website, and they've been handing that out.
Great.
And Mark Van Norman is currently helping draft the letter to DHS.
Okay, and then. For us to review?
Mhm.
And then while you were gone, I also had kind of similar updates that I asked about the sunrise stuff with those motions on page 1 of January 22nd minutes, where we were asking for them to start the sunrise tenant interviews, where we had asked for a collaborative meeting to be set up between leadership and law enforcement from the state, the county, and the city. And so we were just wondering if that happened yet. And then the other stuff that you said he would update on those others.
Yeah, I don't think that collaborative meeting has happened yet.
For the secretary on January 22nd, it says that I'm present, and then it also says that I request to be excused.
You were all over that day.
I know. You didn't even laugh.
Did you leave early?
Order.
No?
Oh,
Sorry, Chair, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for keeping me. I don't have the folder. Okay, I'll look.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hey. On January 22nd, BIA Office of Special Trustee gave her report and it's saying no action taken by council, but we approved her
We approved the
report.
report, yeah.
So, probably gonna have to go back into the recording and amend that.
What page is it on?
3, January 22nd.
So the next one, they approved her report in the motion. Want me to just take this no action taken?
Yeah, just take that out.
Yeah, I just have to strike that out.
Ordinance, published. Yep. When is the official date for the
It became effect Saturday.
Saturday? Okay.
Like,
Did you inform our police department of that?
it's going up to the courthouse and the police department and the AG.
I have a question on page 4 at the top there. That motion by Sherry, that first one, has any of that changed, or do we have an update on that process? I know there was maybe a meeting or two that happened after that. I didn't know if that action was good, or if we needed to have any follow-up action after that meeting.
On the 22nd?
January 22nd, page 4 on the top. Yep, that
Sherry,
first
you might
motion.
have some information.
January 22nd, we're good, page 4 on the top. Oh, I'm gonna bring this up today.
Okay.
Add it under economic development, because we do need to make some changes.
Okay, thank you.
Council's gonna have to make some decisions on that. January 22nd, Kim, the fifth paragraph, motion by Sherry Redmond. They're just like, pretty capital.
On the last page? Oh, I got it. I see it.
WWP. That was very worded.
Oh, yeah, there's, where that, yeah. Sherry, I have a question. On page 2 of December 22nd, third up from the bottom, do you know if there was a timeline on that, or was that just something that she was gonna try to schedule out for us? I couldn't remember if we wanted to have that sooner or later.
December 22nd, page 2.
Nope, January 27th, sorry. Page 2. Third up from the bottom. It's just regarding the meeting with the Teton tribe. I just didn't know when we would expect the plan, like, was it gonna be like this spring or this
There
next
wasn't a
month?
timeline on there.
Okay.
What's going on right now?
I just didn't know if there was any planning or update on that one yet.
To ask her at governmental. We make it to the report even.
And Madam Vice President, that next motion by Charles, will we handle that one when TLE is on the agenda? And have they been updated or, made aware that that's what their expectation is for the meeting?
I let, that's what I wanted to bring up under here because we didn't get a chance to bring them over last time and I didn't know where we could add them onto our agenda for this month.
Okay.
Sure.
January 27th, page 3, where it says, the Lower Coast Lawn Ash RC Treasurer Wayne Boyd where the check is. This is another one, like the last one, where there's no update in the minutes. We ask the Secretary's office to make sure that the updates are in there as well.
Okay. Which one are you talking about?
January 27th, the second paragraph.
Oh, yeah.
So kind of like just include the response.
Yeah, and
Okay.
there was the same thing with the one Sherry asked for an update in this December packet as well. There was nothing in there.
Right here.
So
We can have questions, but there's no response.
I know.
It's outside days.
Oh.
Oh,
What
but
is,
well, you might have to listen back because Treasurer Boyd did make a response to that. But it was kind of vague. So Charles, I didn't know if you wanted to put your request under communities on our agenda.
Okay.
Huh?
People get.
Well, it's after this.
Let them know.
Yeah. Do you want me to? Do you want to put it under communities?
She said she's actively this one got it. What dates do we have in mind? She was asking.
Well, that's a.
thank you. I just didn't remember if we were kind of had it sooner or later. I didn't want to forget.
Since Councilwoman Howard Bear brought that up about the Shakopee check, we never got to respond to what was being said to us because of that emergency. But I just want the Oyate to know that we were accused of not giving an opportunity for Madam President to share the information about the money from Shakopee. When she received her first email, I think it was November 5th, And we were never informed until that day, January 31st, from her, when she had multiple opportunities to email us on the information on the Shakopee check, because our people went, her first email was in November, so we had November, December, January, and we're already in the middle of February. We really need to get that taken care of so our people can get the money or the groceries at the end of the month. So there were multiple opportunities that she could have shared that information with us through email, and she chose not to. I just wanted to respond to that because we never got to, because she left the room. Thank you.
And I don't know if, council wants me to go to budget and finance and maybe get something referred up from them, or I can just bring it right here to council with the resolution, so. I do, but I'll probably to get some stuff, I'll put it out and stuff. Maybe on Thursday. Yeah, because I have another one for my office.
Me again. I wasn't here, so I'm sorry. I have questions.
Making up for it.
So on page 2 of January 28th, there was a motion made by Councilwoman Wilcox to have the RST Human Resources Department submit a report. Did we get that report? No. We have not, there's no timeline on your motion either, so. It says by next, no, it doesn't even say that. So curious as to when we're gonna get that, or you just for your motion? And then as far as all those employees that were RIF'd, that day when he brought that, request forward to council to have employees RIF'd, did he provide a list of employees, or did we just supported him in whatever he wanted to do?
It's just job titles.
Okay, just curious. And then will you reaffirm your motion? So,
Tammy, if you want to amend it and include a date on there, I could send it over to Jen.
I can, which page is that again, Michelle?
page 2 of January 28th. Kind of like, towards the bottom. Fifth paragraph, on the bottom.
So amend it to, include, well, a date of,
So it's say, each position from the date of advertising to vacant. Where it goes now. So you asked for a report, right?
yes, I asked for the report, but a date for them to actually submit that to us, the information.
Yeah.
So,
Submit that report to you.
yes. What do you think of the date?
By the next council meeting?
Yeah.
By the 25th?
Yeah, the 25th?
The 25th, okay.
Hold on, Nyla has a question for a comment.
Question or comment, on this motion, Tammy, so it says on how long all jobs are advertised, is that what you were asking for? All jobs, okay. As open till filled, and the number of applications received for each position from the day of advertisement to if and when they are closed or not. So is it, do we want this report like monthly?
I think, okay, so when I made that motion at that time, it was because, remember how they've had open until filled?
Yeah.
Okay, since COVID.
Yeah.
And a lot of those, there's like, for instance, there was one position that had 40 applicants, but nobody was ever selected for that position. So, you know, and I think they need to start adhering to the personnel manual and closing those and selecting.
Yeah.
So-
Because, yeah, with these positions, I mean, I always get asked about a lot of these positions, and some of them are just open on end And I don't know if those are, a part of this, but we really should know, I mean, this body of where we're sitting at with personnel, because, even in our committee, but that report would be really good to have here, so, we have a timeline. And there are, was some complaints that I had that said that, nobody ever got a letter back saying they didn't, get the job, or they didn't, have the requirement for it. So I don't know if you are just gonna reaffirm, or is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, I'm gonna reaffirm it and then add, report to be provided to council by February 25th, 2026.
Okay, all right, thank you, those were just some comments.
How, February 25th, be provided to council by February 25th.
On the 26th, that's the next council meeting. Yeah, and-
I think they got an initial motion. There's a deadline on it.
When it comes to advertising also, we need to keep in mind that childcare and Head Start have a difficult time keeping their employees. So maybe we need to look at those positions, always staying open until, filled, because they have such a
Law
hard time.
enforcement.
Yeah, yes, in law, yeah, certain ones we need to look at. Thank you.
Carrie,
January 28th, page 2, the first one, motion by Tamara Wilcox. I think we should, if Councilwoman would amend some of the language there, to allow RST Treasurer Wayne Boyd to withdraw the $3 million in certificate of deposits rather than investments, and then leave CDs there in parentheses, and then, strike out the "and" after Valentine, Nebraska.
so, was he, where did that? So the thing, I think, Sherry, if you recall, it was off of our investment and interest on those CDs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But does it say that in there? Sorry.
Yeah.
It says,
Because it says to take the 3 million, but we are actually taking more than 3 million. It would also be the,
Interest.
interest rate. So
Mhm.
that's what I think might be missing, is that additional. That's what he said, is we'd be redeeming, or taking all of it out, taking the top off and reinvesting that initial 3
Yeah.
million.
So we might have to ask him how we need to reword that. But it probably needs a resolution to do that type of action with that amount of money, right, Mike?
Well, actually, all he did was reinvest the 3 million in original CDs, which, you normally do when they have a maturity period and then you roll them over. And at that point, there was interest that had been accumulated on the investment, and I forget what the amount was.
400 some thousand.
And that amount, he wanted to withdraw to utilize to fund the casino. And then, of course, roll the original 3 million back into a new CD. I don't know what the terms of the CD deposits were, that they range anywhere from 3 months to 2 years.
Did you read that? Did you read the motion?
What's that?
Did you read the motion?
Yeah, it seemed all right to me. It makes sense to me, but that's because I understood it at the time what we were doing, so.
so can I restate what I was wanting to make the changes to? Or what I want to, my suggestions?
Did you second it?
No, I didn't. I could just read it too.
No?
Okay.
What are your suggestions?
Okay, so motion by Tamara Wilcox to allow RST Treasurer Wayne Boyd to withdraw the $3 million and interest in certificate of deposits, CDs, we currently have in Bank of Montreal and Valentine, Nebraska, comma. reinvest the original 3 million into new CDs and allocate the earnings that we've made off the CDs to the Rosebud Sioux. There's only 2 small changes. It was to include the interest and to actually name them what they are.
That makes it more clear.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be difficult.
That's what we're clarified.
The term withdraw.
Order.
Is that okay, Pam, too?
Yeah.
Very misleading.
Listen.
Is that how you feel about something else?
Just kidding, you can chew me out. Thank you for keeping us in order. It's like. Okay.
Don't shall get you a billy club.
Any more questions on this January 2026? Oops, I'm sorry.
Bless you.
Since we're talking about our, here with the human resources, I just want to bring this, point out when we have a position open, it has to be advertised, and if there's someone that wants to transfer into it, then they can. No one can be put in a position without it being advertised, correct?
Unless they're transferred.
What if they don't even work for the tribe
Oh, no, they have to have.
and they don't even advertise, but they place them into those positions? That's wrong. So no one should be signing off on any PAs in that situation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Chris and then Emily.
Is that happening like currently? Can you be specific with it if you are? Instead of dancing around it like we always do?
When we're in executive session, I will, because I'll even say the names.
Well, it's my
Because
executive.
I won't say it on the air. I'll wait till, because we do want to go into executive session at the end of this day, because we have a lot to discuss. So when we go into exec, I'll bring them up.
Emily.
Thank you. I was just wondering if, whenever we get to personnel committee, if there's an update on that motion on page 4, January 28th, regarding the possibility of attaching background applications on all employment applications. I just wanted to make sure that that made it to committee.
I don't know if that made it to committee or not, but the check with that. Yeah. Everything goes over. Jen got the motion, but I don't know if that made it to particular personnel committees.
Okay, I just don't want to lose sight of that one because that one's tied to maybe one of our audit findings that's repeating and it's affecting potentially one of our big entities. Just don't want to lose sight of that.
Yeah.
I was at the last personnel committee and it did not come up and HR didn't show up to the committee meeting either. We hadn't had a call in and didn't hear from him. So, no.
You should have HR.
Looks like you should, yeah.
When we do go into exec, can we call HR over?
Yeah.
Some questions also? And that'll be later on when we go in.
I have a question.
And Michelle, Totes, and Chris. Chris?
Michelle, Coates, and Chris? Am I not there? Or am I?
No, I was just going down my list. You're up.
I don't even know. I might be out of order, honestly. I don't even know. I'm more concerned about why are we going into executive? Are we going to deal with personnel stuff or what?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about.
Okay, cool. Well,
All right.
yeah, I guess.
Emily.
I have a question just on page 5 of January 28th regarding the motion that we rescinded regarding Mr. Kendall, rescission for the community. I was just making sure that there was gonna be some follow-up regarding that, like, I thought the reason why we rescinded it is because the community was not part of the conversation maybe or something like that. So I just wanted to make sure that there was gonna be some follow-up attached to that one, or is it just reverting back and then what, as far as what's gonna happen with that community and their community building? I just don't want them to be left in limbo.
Ben, I have before.
Start is fine.
The community needs, they are going back to CLE to sit down with the players over there and try to work something out, so.
Good, thank
It's in
you.
the works.
Good, okay, I just didn't wanna forget about them and have them be in limbo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, he was speaking to me, I just thought it would be appropriate to respond. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Ben.
Siri heard that.
Can't see the S name, everyone's phone's gonna go off. Motion to approve minutes from January 21st, if everyone's ready, to January 28th.
As amended.
As amended.
Motion by Sherry, seconded by Emily. Discussion. Question by Mike. All in favor?
Thirteen,
Opposed?
zero,
Opposed, or Ben?
Oh, I'm sure. I just had a couple questions on that one with the FWA deal. You guys talked about that. I know you guys, I came into the meeting, I think, late on that one. Has that been discussed on what they were gonna decide? I think with the rent increase for SWA to rent increase. I mean, I know we asked them to pause it, but I don't think anything went out
Are
as
you
far
gonna bring that up
as.
under economic development?
Was that gonna be, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys are gonna bring that up again, so it was just to let people know, because I mean, nobody got any word about anything, they heard what was on here, and then nothing was distributed to them, from SWA, so we're just kind of concerned about what's going on. I mean, as time goes on, it's still.
Just in the meantime, the board did, honor our request to pause, but we have some action that we need to talk about.
Okay, that's what I was just wondering, so, I mean, people said they didn't get any information or guidelines of what they gotta continue to paying it or something.
Ben, there was a really good meeting that they had that day, so it would be a good report coming forward. I don't think those that got affected, the rates that were increased, I don't think that those people will be affected.
Okay, yeah,
Affected,
yeah.
except a handful of them, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of curious on how that's panning out and stuff, but, so it was just something that's brought up, because I know it's in the minutes, so we just gotta clarify it for
Yep,
the people
it
that are
was
watching.
good, it was a good meeting.
I'll do a report on it, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Council, can we take 10 minutes? I'm gonna use
Yes,
the
that's
restroom.
what I was gonna ask.
Okay.
Hey, Lisa, are you okay watching hands? Do you need?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yeah, but that was your.
Just back it up, this problem.
I know. Here's the problem.
Do you need a 3 donut?
double time.
Say, he just said that he said they informed the secretary's office, but they have never heard back. And they also reached out to HR and HR hasn't responded either. But apparently my seat expired on January 24th, 2025. So they haven't had council representation this whole time, for a whole year.
I think they always stay the duration of their term, not to be
I thought it was, I too thought it was for the
Yeah.
duration of the term, because they didn't tell me otherwise, but.
Is that the board of review? Board of review?
That's how it should be. Notification, she's correct, notification should have been,
Yeah,
Because even on the list, it still has it down as a board review, for the council rep too.
I know, I thought I was still a member, but apparently I expired last year,
Yeah, we're just getting this information like right now.
right now.
All their motions are out of order.
You're expired, you do? Receipt? I don't know. Because my term is up in August, right?
Yeah.
My seat here, so I don't even know, like, I thought that term ran from the time you put me in until I'm out. Right. But according to his email, it was January 24th.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, that's
Of
what
last year.
it said that comment.
What does the title say?
Oh, it says is,
Tribal council member elected.
yeah.
It doesn't have a term on it, right?
It does, it says January 24th, 2024, expired 1/24/25.
I'm pretty sure it's in that, hold on, let me read it again.
A whole year.
Last year.
It should be the whole.
So I don't know when he emailed the secretary, he just let me know just a little bit ago that they've been waiting for a new person.
Emily, I was just gonna ask for clarification on other boards. We were told that you hold that seat until you're replaced. And so if they never went through the asking to be replaced, then wouldn't you still have that seat? And I also just wanted to mention that this is a similar situation that's happening at TLE where the original bylaws coincided with the 2-year term for council. And when council amended their term from 2 to 3 years, there's some gray area between the bylaws, and depending on who's interpreting them, the council seat on TLE is either your term, which could be up to 3 years, or one section of the bylaws says 2 years. So there also needs to be clarification on those types of things too.
Okay, Blake did respond. He can get on Zoom tomorrow afternoon for an update on the. Yep. Blake can get on Zoom tomorrow afternoon or give us an update.
It doesn't state a term limit for the council. But I same assumption, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be 40.5 to 50-year term. Because it doesn't say anything in the ordinance about it. Just that there's qualified.
I was trying to remember when I was selected to that seat, if there was a term limit, when you guys put me on there. I thought it was for the remainder of my term as a council representative. I don't know, I guess.
Well, if they haven't advertised it or filled it, you should still.
Well, he said that they reached out to the secretary's office to do that. It's been done. And HR, he said, so I don't know.
What do you say, when?
He didn't even tell me that I was no longer on there, so.
Do
I don't know.
do you want to sit on this still then?
And this is the staff that we kept.
Yeah.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It was just-
Re-advertise it, just put it back in. Yeah, well, I mean, the board of review once a minute, you could just, yeah, you could just place you back in for the remainder of the year's term, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll stay on. If it's okay with you guys.
Motion by Ben to seat Michelle on the board of reviews for the remainder of her term.
Remainder of this term.
Motion by Ben, is there a second? Seconded by Lila. Question, Mike, all in favor? Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Approved. Chris?
I hate to deviate from the agenda to make one motion too, if that's okay for you guys. Welcome back to Thunders is coming up soon, and we need to start, I guess, getting things situated, especially for our finances, and so I want to make a motion to, approve travel to Welcome Back to Thunders, and to, from what they sent me in the back, to limit or to make a, I don't know what it's called.
Chilling on the room?
Yeah, at 150.
And, for the lodging rate?
Yeah, for the lodging, there you go, to make it 150.
We approved travel for that, but we didn't include the lodging rate.
Yeah, they just sent me an email too, just to make sure it's set on here.
Okay, motion by Chris, second. And Michelle, question by Emily, all in favor?
Fourteen.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Motion carried. Okay, we're done with the secretary report. We'll get a approval for it. Motion by Totes to approve the secretary's report, seconded by Charlie. Question by Chris, all in favor?
Fourteen.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting.
Zero.
Totes.
Madam Chair, can we go into executive session about a motion that I'd like to make? I'd like to discuss it in exec.
Okay, I'll declare us an executive.
Take your phones.